When the most powerful man on earth discovered he was powerless over his own thoughts, everything changed. Marcus Aurelius commanded 30 legions, governed 60 million subjects, and controlled territories spanning 3 continents, yet found himself enslaved by anger, frustration, and the endless chatter of his undisciplined mind. The irony was not lost on him. Absolute external authority meant nothing without internal mastery. His private journal, scribbled during sleepless nights in military camps along hostile frontiers, chronicles the most honest psychological experiment in recorded history. Here was someone with unlimited resources and power choosing to wage war against his own weaknesses rather than simply indulging them. The resulting insights cut through 20 centuries of accumulated wisdom to reveal truths about human nature that remain startlingly relevant today. What makes Marcus Aurelius unique among philosophers is that he tested every idea against the brutal realities of leadership during crisis. While other thinkers wrote from the safety of their studies, he developed his philosophy while managing plagues that killed millions, barbarian invasions that threatened civilization itself, and political intrigue that could have destroyed the empire. His thoughts carry the weight of someone who understood that ideas must work under extreme pressure, or they are merely intellectual decoration. The emperor, who could have had anything, chose instead to examine why, having everything, still left him searching for something more. His answer transformed not only his own life, but created a template for psychological strength that has sustained everyone from slaves to presidents, from concentration camp survivors to modern entrepreneurs facing impossible odds. These are not abstract theories, but battle-tested strategies for maintaining sanity and purpose in an insane and seemingly purposeless world. Part 1. The Architecture of Judgment. Marcus Aurelius made the most revolutionary discovery in human psychology. We do not react to events themselves, but to our judgments about events, and these judgments are completely under our control once we learn to recognize and direct them. This insight, which he called the discipline of perception, represents the foundation upon which all psychological freedom rests. The emperor realized that every human being lives simultaneously in 2 distinct universes, the universe of external facts and the universe of internal interpretations. While the first universe remains largely beyond our influence, we possess absolute sovereignty over the second, and this sovereignty determines whether we experience life as heaven or hell. Most people never recognize this distinction, spending their entire lives as prisoners of their own unconscious mental habits. Marcus spent decades learning to separate these 2 universes and gained the power to remain calm and rational regardless of external circumstances. The practice begins with understanding that the mind operates like a constantly running commentary machine, automatically generating judgments about every experience. When someone speaks to you, your mind does not simply register the words, but immediately evaluates whether those words are good or bad, respectful or insulting, important or trivial. These evaluations happen so quickly and automatically that most people mistake them for objective features of the original event. Marcus trained himself to catch this process in action, creating a gap between the raw event and his mental interpretation of that event. In that gap lies the difference between psychological slavery and psychological freedom. Someone who can consistently access that gap possesses a superpower that makes them nearly invulnerable to emotional manipulation or circumstantial disturbance. Consider how this works with something as simple as being stuck in traffic. The external facts are straightforward. Vehicles are moving slowly due to congestion on the roadway. Everything else represents mental additions. This is terrible. I am going to be late. Other drivers are idiots. My day is ruined. traffic should not exist. Marcus would argue that the traffic itself is completely neutral, neither good nor bad, simply a fact of current reality. The suffering comes entirely from resisting this reality and demanding that it be different. A person practicing the discipline of perception would notice the mental story being created around the traffic, recognize it as optional interpretation rather than objective truth, and choose a more useful response. They might use the delay for reflection, phone calls, or simply rest, transforming an apparent obstacle into an unexpected opportunity. This shift requires no external changes, only internal recognition of where actual power lies. The emperor discovered that this principle applies to every conceivable situation, from minor inconveniences to major tragedies. When he received news of military defeats, political betrayals, or personal losses, his first response was not emotional reaction, but perceptual analysis. What exactly happened versus what meaning was he adding to what happened? A military defeat meant that enemy forces had outmaneuvered Roman forces in a particular engagement. Everything else, the implications for his reputation, the questioning of his leadership abilities, the fear about future consequences, represented interpretations that he could examine and modify. This examination did not prevent him from feeling appropriate emotions or taking necessary actions, but it prevented those emotions and actions from being driven by unconscious mental reflexes. Instead of reacting from a state of psychological chaos, he could respond from a position of clarity and strength. This made him dramatically more effective as both a leader and a human being. The practice becomes more sophisticated when applied to positive experiences as well as negative ones. Marcus was equally cautious about allowing his sense of well-being to depend on external success, as he was about allowing it to depend on external failure. When the Senate praised his policies or when military victories expanded the empire, he would remind himself that praise and success both represent temporary external conditions that have no bearing on his actual character or worth. Just as criticism cannot diminish someone who understands their true nature, praise cannot enhance someone who has found their center independent of external validation. This balanced approach prevents the emotional roller coaster that destroys so many people who achieve worldly success, only to discover that success brings its own forms of suffering. By remaining psychologically independent of both positive and negative external feedback, Marcus could make decisions based on principle rather than personal reaction, serve others more effectively, and maintain inner stability regardless of changing circumstances. The discipline of perception also reveals why most human conflicts are unnecessary and destructive. When someone insults you, attacks your ideas, or behaves in ways you find offensive, the discipline involves recognizing that your offense exists only in your interpretation of their behavior. The other person has simply acted according to their own understanding and circumstances, which may be limited, mistaken, or driven by factors you cannot see. Taking personal offense requires you to assume that their behavior was specifically designed to harm you, and that their opinion of you matters more than your own self-knowledge. Marcus realized that both assumptions are usually false and always optional. Someone practicing this discipline might respond to criticism by examining whether it contains useful information while remaining completely indifferent to the emotional charge behind it. This allows them to learn from valid criticism without being wounded by invalid criticism, and to maintain relationships with difficult people without being controlled by their difficult behavior. The result is dramatic reduction in interpersonal stress and significant increase in personal effectiveness. Marcus also understood that the discipline of perception must be practiced continuously because the mind's tendency to interpret and emotionalize events represents a fundamental feature of human psychology that never disappears. He developed the habit of beginning each day by reminding himself that he would encounter difficult people, frustrating situations, and unexpected setbacks. Rather than hoping these challenges would not arise, he prepared his mind to handle them skillfully when they inevitably appeared. This preparation involved mentally rehearsing the separation between facts and interpretations until it became as automatic as breathing. Like a martial artist practicing defensive movements until they become instinctive responses to attack, Marcus practiced clear seeing until clarity became his default mode of perception rather than something he had to consciously effort to achieve. This daily training allowed him to maintain composure during military campaigns, political crises, family tragedies, and personal illness that would have overwhelmed someone without such preparation. The deepest insight behind this entire discipline involves recognizing that all human suffering contains an element of resistance to reality as it currently exists. When we judge events as wrong, unfair, intolerable, or different from what they should be, we create internal conflict between what is and what we demand should be. This conflict consumes enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy while accomplishing nothing constructive. Marcus learned to accept reality completely as the starting point for effective action, while still working energetically to improve conditions wherever possible. This acceptance does not mean passive resignation or moral indifference, but rather clear-eyed acknowledgement of current conditions as raw material for practicing wisdom. Fighting against established facts wastes energy that could be directed toward constructive responses, while accepting established facts provides a stable foundation for building something better. The practice ultimately transforms every situation into an opportunity for strengthening character rather than evidence for personal victimization or cosmic injustice. Traffic becomes a chance to practice patience. Criticism becomes a chance to practice humility. Loss becomes a chance to practice detachment. Success becomes a chance to practice gratitude without attachment. Nothing that happens can be purely negative when viewed through this lens, because everything that happens provides raw material for developing virtue. This perspective does not minimize real suffering or ignore genuine injustice, but it prevents additional self-created suffering from being layered on top of unavoidable pain. Marcus discovered that while we cannot eliminate all suffering from human existence, we can eliminate the suffering that comes from fighting against reality, demanding that the world conform to our preferences, and allowing our inner state to be determined by external conditions. The discipline of perception offers the closest thing to invulnerability that human psychology can achieve. Not the absence of challenges, but the presence of unshakable inner strength, regardless of what challenges arise. Part 2. The View from Above. Marcus Aurelius discovered that most human problems shrink to their proper size when viewed from sufficient distance, and he developed a revolutionary mental technique for instantly accessing this cosmic perspective whenever daily concerns threatened to overwhelm his judgment. He called this practice the view from above, and it involves systematically expanding your frame of reference until temporary troubles reveal themselves as tiny fluctuations in a vast and eternal process. This is not escapism or denial, but rather the cultivation of proper proportion, the ability to see current circumstances within their actual context, rather than magnifying them through the distorting lens of immediate emotion. The emperor understood that human beings naturally focus on whatever demands their immediate attention, losing sight of the larger patterns that give individual events their true meaning and importance. By training himself to zoom out mentally, he could maintain strategic thinking during tactical crises and preserve his sanity during periods that might otherwise have driven him to despair or rage. This practice became one of his most powerful tools for maintaining psychological equilibrium while carrying the enormous responsibilities of governing an empire during constant crisis. The technique begins with spatial expansion, imagining yourself rising above your current physical location until you can see progressively larger areas of the world. Start by picturing yourself from across the room, then from outside the building, then from high in the sky looking down at your city as a small cluster of lights. Continue rising until you can see your entire country as a geographical feature on a continent. Then the continent as a small part of a planet. Then the planet as a tiny blue dot orbiting an ordinary star among billions of stars. Marcus would take this exercise even further, imagining the view from outside the galaxy, looking back at the Milky Way as one spiral among countless spirals scattered across infinite space. From this ultimate perspective, the difference between winning and losing a particular battle, being praised or criticized by particular people, or achieving or failing to achieve particular goals, becomes mathematically negligible. This does not make these things meaningless, but it prevents them from assuming disproportionate importance in your mind, and therefore distorting your judgment about how to respond to them. The emperor also applied this technique to temporal expansion, placing current events within the vast sweep of historical time. He would remind himself that countless generations of human beings had lived, struggled, worried about the same basic concerns, and died, leaving behind nothing but dust and fading memories. Every problem that seems unique and overwhelming to us has been faced by millions of people throughout history, most of whom found ways to survive and often to thrive despite their challenges. In a few decades, everyone currently alive will be gone, along with their current anxieties, ambitions, conflicts, and achievements. The issues that consume today's newspapers will be forgotten footnotes. The celebrities who dominate today's attention will be unknown names. The political crises that seem so urgent will be resolved one way or another, and replaced by different crises that will seem equally urgent to future generations. This temporal perspective does not lead to nihilism, but to appropriate prioritization, focusing attention on elements of life that maintain their value across time rather than chasing temporary phenomena that create the illusion of importance. Marcus found this practice particularly valuable when dealing with difficult people and interpersonal conflicts. Instead of becoming emotionally invested in someone's criticism, hostility, or unreasonable behavior, he would zoom out to see that person within the context of their entire life story, their cultural background, their current circumstances, and their inevitable mortality. From this expanded perspective, their difficult behavior often appeared as understandable human weakness rather than personal attack, making it easier to respond with patience and appropriate boundaries rather than reactive defensiveness or counterattack. Someone who insults you or treats you unfairly is simply another temporary human being struggling with their own limitations and fears, acting out patterns learned from their particular experiences, destined to age and die just like everyone else. Taking their behavior personally requires you to shrink your perspective down to the level of immediate social dynamics while ignoring the broader context that explains and diminishes the significance of their actions. The view from above allows you to maintain compassion for their humanity while remaining detached from their specific behaviors, responding to what the situation requires rather than what your wounded feelings demand. The practice becomes even more powerful when applied to your own achievements and failures. Marcus regularly reminded himself that even his position as Roman emperor represented a temporary role in a brief historical moment, not a permanent identity or source of lasting significance. All the praise he received for successful policies, all the criticism he endured for unpopular decisions, all the power and responsibility that came with supreme authority, would eventually pass to someone else who would face similar challenges and receive similar praise and criticism from different people. This perspective allowed him to take his duties seriously, without taking himself too seriously, to work diligently for the empire's welfare without becoming attached to personal recognition or defensive about personal attack. From the view above, individual careers appear as brief episodes in ongoing institutional processes. Individual reputations appear as temporary opinions in the minds of temporary people. Individual accomplishments appear as small contributions to collective human progress that would continue with or without any particular contributor. This recognition liberates you from the exhausting cycle of seeking approval and avoiding disapproval, allowing you to focus on doing good work for its own sake rather than for the external rewards or recognition it might bring. The emperor also used this technique to maintain perspective during physical pain and illness. Rather than allowing bodily discomfort to dominate his entire consciousness, he would step back mentally and observe his physical sensations as temporary experiences happening to a temporary biological organism. Pain becomes more manageable when viewed as electrochemical signals in a nervous system rather than as evidence that something terrible is happening to your essential self. From the cosmic perspective, the difference between health and illness, comfort and discomfort, strength and weakness, represents minor fluctuations in the operation of a complex biological machine that will eventually break down completely, regardless of how well it functions in the short term. This does not mean neglecting proper medical care or ignoring genuine health concerns, but it prevents physical problems from triggering psychological catastrophizing that multiplies actual suffering. Marcus dealt with chronic health issues throughout his later years, but maintained his effectiveness as a leader and his peace of mind by refusing to allow temporary physical discomfort to disturb his mental equilibrium or distort his judgment about more important matters. The view from above also transforms how you experience both success and failure in your personal projects and professional endeavors. Any particular goal you're currently pursuing represents one small experiment among countless experiments being conducted by billions of people throughout history. Whether you achieve this goal or fail to achieve it will have minimal impact on the overall trajectory of human civilization, the operation of natural systems, or the fundamental questions that have always confronted conscious beings trying to live meaningful lives. This perspective eliminates the artificial pressure that comes from treating temporary projects as ultimate tests of your worth or significance. You can work wholeheartedly toward your goals while remaining psychologically detached from the results, putting forth maximum effort without the emotional volatility that comes from needing particular outcomes to validate your existence. Success becomes an opportunity to practice gratitude and humility rather than a source of pride and attachment, while failure becomes an opportunity to practice resilience and learning rather than a source of shame and despair. Marcus discovered that regular practice of the view from above gradually rewires your default perspective, making it easier to maintain proportion during stressful situations without having to consciously remember to zoom out. Instead of automatically magnifying immediate concerns until they fill your entire mental horizon, you begin to automatically place them within appropriate context, seeing them as temporary episodes in longer stories rather than as ultimate realities that determine your fate. This shift in perspective reduces anxiety, anger, and depression while increasing your capacity for strategic thinking, compassionate response to others, and sustained effort toward worthwhile goals. The view from above becomes a form of psychological insurance, protecting you from the emotional extremes that destroy so many people when circumstances change unexpectedly. By maintaining connection with the vast scale of time and space within which all human drama unfolds, you develop what Marcus called cosmic consciousness, the ability to participate fully in temporal concerns while never forgetting their ultimately temporary and relative nature. This consciousness provides the foundation for genuine wisdom, the capacity to respond appropriately to whatever circumstances arise without being psychologically overwhelmed by any of them. Part 3. Death as Teacher. Marcus Aurelius transformed the ultimate human fear into his most powerful tool for living well, developing a sophisticated practice of death meditation that enhanced rather than diminished his appreciation for existence. He understood that most people avoid thinking about mortality, and this avoidance makes them psychologically weak, causing them to waste precious time on trivial pursuits while failing to appreciate the extraordinary gift of conscious experience. The emperor made death his constant companion, not from morbid fascination but from practical wisdom, recognizing that regular contemplation of life's temporary nature clarifies priorities with surgical precision and liberates the mind from the petty anxieties that consume people who imagine they have unlimited time. This practice, called memento mori by the Stoics, involves systematically confronting the reality of your own mortality until this confrontation becomes a source of strength rather than terror, transforming the fear of death into a powerful motivation for meaningful living. Marcus discovered that people who truly accept their mortality live more intensely, love more deeply, work more purposefully, and worry less about temporary setbacks than those who maintain the comfortable illusion of permanence. Death consciousness becomes life consciousness, making every moment more vivid and every choice more significant by removing the false assumption that there will always be time to correct mistakes or pursue delayed dreams. The practice begins with honest intellectual acceptance of mortality as a biological fact rather than a distant theoretical possibility. Every human being who has ever lived has died, and you will join this universal fellowship regardless of your current age, health status, wealth, achievements, or plans for the future. The difference between you and those who have already died is not the fact of death, but only its timing. And this timing remains largely beyond your control, despite all precautions and medical advances. Marcus would remind himself each morning that this day might be his last, not to create anxiety, but to prevent the psychological complacency that leads people to postpone important conversations, meaningful projects, and expressions of love until some imaginary future, when conditions will be more convenient. Death can arrive at any moment through accident, illness, violence, or natural disaster, making every day a borrowed gift rather than a guaranteed entitlement. This awareness intensifies gratitude for ordinary experiences like breathing, seeing, tasting food, or feeling sunlight, transforming routine activities into conscious celebrations of the miraculous fact that you are temporarily alive in a vast universe where most matter remains forever unconscious. The emperor developed specific visualization exercises for deepening death awareness beyond mere intellectual acknowledgement. He would imagine his body growing old, becoming sick, losing its capacities one by one, and finally ceasing to function entirely. Rather than avoiding these images, he would explore them in detail, picturing his skin wrinkling, his muscles weakening, his memory failing, his breath becoming laboured, until the biological processes that sustain consciousness finally stopped forever. This meditation is not intended to create morbid preoccupation, but to dissolve the unconscious assumption of physical permanence that prevents people from appreciating their current vitality. Someone who regularly contemplates bodily decay experiences their present health as an extraordinary temporary blessing rather than a permanent possession, leading to better self-care, deeper gratitude, and reduced attachment to physical appearance or capabilities. The visualization also reduces fear of aging and illness by familiarizing the mind with these natural processes, making it less likely that future physical decline will trigger psychological panic or desperate attempts to deny biological reality. Marcus extended this practice to contemplating the deaths of everyone he loved, preparing his mind for the inevitable losses that come with deep human attachment. He would imagine receiving news that his wife, children, friends or colleagues had died, exploring his emotional reactions to these scenarios until he could face them with acceptance rather than overwhelming grief. This preparation was not coldness or lack of caring, but rather the cultivation of philosophical strength that allows for appropriate mourning without psychological destruction when loss actually occurs. Someone who has mentally rehearsed bereavement is better equipped to support others during their grief and to honor deceased loved ones through continued virtuous living rather than being paralyzed by sorrow. The practice also intensifies present appreciation for relationships by removing the false assumption that the people you care about will always be available for future interaction. When you truly grasp that every conversation might be your last with someone, you naturally become more attentive, more patient, more willing to express affection, and less likely to waste time on petty conflicts or grudges that will seem trivial when viewed from the perspective of permanent separation. The death meditation reveals how many current concerns lose their emotional charge when examined from the perspective of mortality. Marcus would ask himself how much his present worries would matter if he knew he had only 1 week left to live. Career setbacks, social embarrassments, financial problems, political disagreements, personal slights — most of these concerns evaporate when confronted with the absolute deadline that applies to all human experience. This does not mean becoming irresponsible about practical matters, but it prevents temporary problems from assuming disproportionate psychological importance. Someone facing genuine mortality focuses automatically on what actually matters: relationships, service, personal growth, meaningful contribution, and the cultivation of virtue. Everything else becomes background noise, creating natural prioritization that eliminates the mental clutter and emotional turbulence that consume people who imagine they have unlimited time to address unlimited concerns. The emperor also used death consciousness to enhance his appreciation of sensory experiences and simple pleasures. He would remind himself that every sunset, every meal, every musical performance, every pleasant conversation represented a temporary gift that countless dead people could no longer enjoy. This awareness transformed routine activities into conscious celebrations, making ordinary moments feel precious rather than mundane. Marcus wrote about savouring the taste of bread, the warmth of fire, the beauty of changing seasons, because he understood that these experiences depend on the temporary functioning of biological systems that will eventually cease operation. Death meditation becomes a form of gratitude practice, highlighting the extraordinary privilege of being temporarily conscious in a universe where consciousness appears to be extremely rare. People who regularly contemplate mortality report increased appreciation for art, music, literature, natural beauty, and human affection, as these experiences gain emotional intensity when viewed against the backdrop of their ultimate impermanence. The practice also provides powerful motivation for personal development and moral improvement. Marcus realized that death creates an absolute deadline for becoming the person you want to be and making the contribution you want to make to the world. Procrastination becomes impossible when you truly accept that your time is limited and uncertain, forcing immediate engagement with the projects and relationships that matter most to you. The question shifts from whether you will eventually address your character flaws and unfulfilled aspirations to whether you will address them today, since today might be your last opportunity for growth and service. This urgency eliminates the comfortable assumption that personal development can be postponed indefinitely while you handle more pressing practical concerns. Marcus developed the habit of examining his conscience each evening as if preparing for final judgment, asking whether he had lived that day in a way that would satisfy him if it turned out to be his last day alive. Death meditation ultimately transforms your relationship with time itself, making every hour feel more valuable and every choice more consequential. When you truly grasp that your remaining time is finite and unpredictable, you naturally become more selective about how you spend your attention and energy. Activities that once seemed important, like following celebrity gossip, engaging in political arguments with strangers, or accumulating possessions you do not need, lose their appeal when measured against the absolute constraint of mortality. The practice creates what Marcus called philosophical urgency, the recognition that human life provides a brief opportunity to develop wisdom, serve others, and participate in the rational ordering of existence. And this opportunity must be seized immediately rather than postponed until some imaginary future when conditions will be more favorable. People who regularly practice death meditation report increased focus, reduced procrastination, improved relationships, greater appreciation for simple pleasures, and decreased anxiety about temporary setbacks. By making friends with mortality, they become more alive to the possibilities that remain available in whatever time they have left, transforming the fear of death into fuel for meaningful living. Part 4. The Dichotomy of Control. Marcus Aurelius revolutionized human psychology by dividing all of existence into two fundamental categories: things within your control and things outside your control, then demonstrating that peace of mind depends entirely on focusing your energy exclusively on the first category while maintaining complete indifference toward the second. This principle, known as the dichotomy of control, provides the master key to psychological freedom because most human suffering stems from the futile attempt to control uncontrollable factors while neglecting the areas where you actually possess power. The emperor discovered that you control remarkably few things in life: your judgments, your desires, your actions, and your responses to circumstances. Everything else remains beyond your direct influence: other people's behavior, external events, your reputation, your body's health, the outcomes of your efforts, even your own emotions and thoughts as they first arise. This recognition initially seems limiting, but Marcus found it profoundly liberating because it eliminates wasted energy while concentrating attention on the only areas where effort can produce reliable results. Someone who truly internalizes this distinction becomes nearly invulnerable to external disruption, while dramatically increasing their effectiveness in areas where action can make a difference. The practice begins with rigorous honesty about what actually falls within your sphere of control versus what you merely hope to influence. Most people spend enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy trying to control their children's life choices, their spouse's happiness, their employer's decisions, their government's policies, other people's opinions of them, and countless other factors that remain fundamentally beyond their direct power. Marcus realized that this misdirected effort not only fails to achieve its intended goals, but also prevents you from attending properly to areas where your power is absolute and your influence is certain. You cannot control whether your business succeeds, but you can control how thoroughly you research your market, how carefully you manage your resources, and how professionally you serve your customers. You cannot control whether other people like you, but you can control how kindly you treat others, how reliably you keep your commitments, and how honestly you communicate your thoughts and feelings. The shift from trying to control outcomes to controlling inputs eliminates most anxiety while often improving actual results, since focused effort in areas of genuine control tends to be more effective than scattered worry about uncontrollable factors. The emperor applied this principle most rigorously to his emotional life, recognizing that feelings arise automatically based on unconscious judgments, and therefore cannot be directly controlled through willpower alone. However, he discovered that you can control the judgments that generate emotions, and changing these judgments eventually changes your emotional patterns. When Marcus felt angry about someone's behavior, he would not try to suppress his anger directly, but would examine and modify the thoughts that created his anger. Instead of thinking, "This person should not have acted this way," he would think, "This person acted according to their current understanding, which may be limited or mistaken." The first thought generates anger because it demands that reality be different from what it is, while the second thought generates understanding because it accepts reality while maintaining appropriate boundaries. This technique takes time and practice to master, but it eventually provides genuine emotional regulation based on wisdom rather than suppression, allowing you to feel appropriate emotions without being controlled by inappropriate ones. Marcus extended the dichotomy of control to his approach to physical health and bodily comfort, areas where many people waste enormous energy fighting against biological realities they cannot change. He understood that while you can control basic health practices like diet, exercise, and sleep, you cannot control whether these practices will prevent illness, injury, or the inevitable decline of aging. This recognition allowed him to maintain excellent self-care without developing anxiety about health outcomes or depression when physical problems arose despite his precautions. Someone who truly grasps this distinction takes reasonable care of their body while remaining psychologically detached from results, neither neglecting physical wellness nor becoming obsessed with optimizing every biological marker. The practice becomes particularly valuable during illness or injury when focusing on uncontrollable factors like pain levels or recovery speed increases suffering, while focusing on controllable factors like rest, medication compliance and mental attitude often improves both comfort and healing. Marcus dealt with chronic health issues throughout his later years, but maintained his effectiveness as a leader by concentrating on what remained within his power rather than lamenting what disease had taken beyond his power. The principle also transforms how you handle criticism, praise and social judgment, areas where most people surrender their inner peace to the opinions of others. Marcus realized that while you can control how you behave toward other people, you cannot control what they think about your behavior or how they choose to express their thoughts. Someone practicing the dichotomy of control focuses entirely on acting according to their own values and principles, while remaining indifferent to whether others approve or disapprove of these actions. This does not mean becoming antisocial or insensitive to feedback, but it means that your self-worth and decision-making process remain independent of external validation or criticism. The emperor received constant praise and criticism throughout his reign, but he evaluated both types of feedback for useful information while never allowing either to determine his emotional state or influence his choices about how to fulfill his responsibilities. This independence from social judgment provides enormous psychological freedom while often improving your relationships, since people tend to respect and trust those who maintain their principles regardless of social pressure. Marcus discovered that the dichotomy of control also applies to your own past actions and their consequences, eliminating the psychological torture that comes from endlessly replaying past mistakes or lamenting missed opportunities. While you cannot change anything that has already happened, you can control how you interpret past events and what lessons you extract from them. Someone who has made serious errors in judgment or behavior can choose to view these mistakes as evidence of personal worthlessness or as valuable information for making better choices in the future. The first interpretation generates shame and depression that interfere with current functioning, while the second interpretation generates wisdom and humility that improve future performance. Marcus regularly examined his past decisions not to punish himself for imperfect choices, but to understand his thinking patterns and develop more reliable judgment for future situations. This practice transforms regret from a source of ongoing suffering into a tool for continuous improvement, allowing you to learn from experience without being paralyzed by experience. The emperor also applied this principle to his relationship with fame, wealth, and worldly success, recognizing that while he could control his effort and preparation, he could not control whether these efforts would produce the external rewards that most people seek. This understanding allowed him to work wholeheartedly toward his goals while remaining psychologically detached from results, putting forth maximum effort without the emotional volatility that comes from needing particular outcomes. Someone who truly internalizes this distinction becomes immune to both the inflation that comes from success and the deflation that comes from failure, since their self-worth remains based on factors within their control rather than factors subject to luck, timing, and other people's decisions. Marcus achieved extraordinary worldly success as emperor, but he attributed this success to circumstances beyond his control, while taking full responsibility only for how he had used his position once it was granted to him. This perspective prevents success from creating arrogance or complacency, while preventing failure from creating despair or giving up, since your evaluation of your own performance remains independent of external results. The practice eliminates most anxiety about future outcomes while increasing present effectiveness, since energy previously wasted on worry about uncontrollable factors becomes available for action in areas where you actually have power. The dichotomy of control ultimately reveals that external circumstances have no power to determine your inner state unless you grant them this power through your own mental choices. Marcus understood that you always retain the ability to choose your response to whatever happens, and this response determines your experience more than the external events themselves. Someone who fully embodies this principle becomes what the Stoics called sage-like, maintaining equanimity during both favorable and unfavorable circumstances, because their peace depends entirely on factors within their absolute control. This does not mean becoming passive or indifferent to outcomes, but it means that your engagement with external goals remains vigorous, while your psychological stability remains independent of whether those goals are achieved. The practice transforms every situation into an opportunity to exercise the only power you truly possess: the power to choose your judgments, desires, actions, and responses in alignment with your deepest values and highest understanding. By accepting complete responsibility for areas within your control, while releasing all attachment to areas beyond your control, you gain the closest thing to invulnerability that human psychology can provide: freedom from external determination of internal experience. Part 5. Universal Reason and the Logos. Marcus Aurelius discovered profound peace in his belief that the entire universe operates according to a rational principle he called the Logos, a cosmic intelligence that orchestrates everything from the movement of planets to the development of human consciousness according to perfect logical order. This was not a personal deity who grants prayers or intervenes in human affairs, but rather the underlying mathematical structure that governs physical laws, biological processes, and even the sequence of events that shape individual lives. The emperor found extraordinary comfort in this vision, because it meant that apparent chaos, random suffering and meaningless setbacks were actually components of a vast rational system too complex for individual minds to comprehend fully. From this perspective, everything that happens, including personal tragedies and social injustices, ultimately serves the greater good in ways that remain invisible from limited human viewpoints, but become clear when viewed from the perspective of universal reason. This belief transformed Marcus's relationship with adversity, allowing him to maintain inner calm during crises while working energetically to improve conditions, secure in the knowledge that his efforts were aligned with cosmic purpose regardless of their immediate results. The Logos doctrine provides what may be the most sophisticated framework ever developed for finding meaning and maintaining hope during periods when life seems random and cruel. The concept begins with the recognition that the universe displays extraordinary order and coherence despite its apparent complexity and unpredictability. Marcus observed that physical matter follows consistent mathematical laws. Biological organisms develop according to precise genetic programs, and even human societies evolve through discoverable patterns, despite the seeming randomness of individual choices and historical events. This order cannot be accidental, he reasoned, but must reflect an underlying intelligence that coordinates all phenomena according to rational principles. The Logos represents this intelligence, not as a separate conscious being, but as the rationality inherent in existence itself, the logical structure that makes science possible and that ensures the universe remains comprehensible to rational minds. From this perspective, your ability to understand natural laws, predict consequences, and make reasonable plans reflects your participation in cosmic reason, making human rationality a direct expression of universal intelligence rather than an accidental byproduct of evolutionary processes. This connection between individual consciousness and cosmic consciousness provides the foundation for Marcus's entire ethical system, since acting rationally becomes a form of worship, aligning personal will with universal purpose. The emperor applied this doctrine practically by learning to interpret difficult circumstances as expressions of universal wisdom, rather than evidence of cosmic indifference or malevolence. When plague devastated the Roman Empire, killing millions of people, including members of his own family, Marcus did not conclude that the universe was cruel or meaningless, but rather that epidemic disease served some larger purpose in the overall development of human civilization. Perhaps the plague eliminated population pressures that would have led to more destructive wars. Perhaps it strengthened the immune systems of survivors. Perhaps it taught valuable lessons about mortality and interdependence that would benefit future generations. The specific purpose remained invisible to him, but the existence of some rational purpose remained unquestionable because universal reason governs all processes without exception. This interpretation allowed Marcus to grieve appropriately for individual losses, while maintaining his commitment to public service and personal development, refusing to allow temporary setbacks to undermine his faith in the ultimate meaningfulness of existence. Someone who truly believes in the Logos can face any circumstance with equanimity because they know that apparent disasters serve hidden rational purposes that will eventually reveal themselves or at least contribute to cosmic development in ways beyond human understanding. Marcus extended this reasoning to personal disappointments and failures, viewing his own setbacks as necessary components of his character development orchestrated by universal intelligence. When his military campaigns faced unexpected difficulties, when his political reforms met resistance, when his health deteriorated despite his precautions, he interpreted these challenges not as random misfortunes, but as educational experiences provided by the Logos to strengthen his wisdom, patience, and resilience. From this perspective, obstacles become curriculum designed specifically for your individual growth, with the precise degree of difficulty required to develop capacities that could not emerge through easier circumstances. This transforms suffering from meaningless punishment into meaningful training, making every difficult situation an opportunity to align yourself more completely with universal reason by practicing appropriate responses to whatever challenges arise. The doctrine does not eliminate pain or guarantee pleasant outcomes, but it provides a framework for finding purpose in pain and significance in setbacks, preventing adversity from triggering despair or cynicism about the ultimate nature of reality. Marcus faced enormous personal and professional challenges throughout his reign, but his belief in cosmic rationality allowed him to maintain hope and continue working for improvement even when immediate results seemed discouraging or absent. The Logos doctrine also shaped Marcus's understanding of death and the afterlife, providing comfort about mortality without requiring belief in personal immortality. He reasoned that if universal intelligence governs all processes, then death must serve rational purposes in the cosmic order, perhaps recycling biological materials for new forms of life, perhaps ending individual suffering that has served its developmental purpose, perhaps contributing to population dynamics that maintain ecological balance. Whatever the specific mechanism, death cannot be evil or meaningless because nothing that happens can conflict with universal reason. This perspective eliminates the terror that comes from viewing death as absolute annihilation, or the anxiety that comes from uncertainty about posthumous rewards and punishments. Marcus found peace in surrendering his individual existence to the same cosmic intelligence that had granted him temporary consciousness in the first place, trusting that whatever happens after death will reflect the same rational principles that govern all other natural processes. This acceptance of mortality paradoxically enhances appreciation for life by removing the desperate clinging that prevents full engagement with present opportunities while they remain available. The Emperor also used the Logos concept to maintain appropriate relationships with other people, understanding that everyone's behavior reflects their current level of participation in universal reason rather than their essential character or permanent moral status. When people acted foolishly, selfishly, or destructively, Marcus interpreted their actions as expressions of limited understanding rather than fundamental evil, since universal intelligence would not create genuinely evil beings. This interpretation fostered patience with human weakness while maintaining commitment to justice and social improvement. People who behave badly are like patients suffering from diseases that prevent them from thinking clearly, deserving compassion and appropriate treatment rather than hatred or revenge. At the same time, Marcus recognized that allowing destructive behavior to continue unchecked would violate his own participation in cosmic reason, since universal intelligence requires rational beings to maintain order and protect innocent people from harm. The doctrine supports both forgiveness and accountability, understanding individual wrongdoing within the context of cosmic justice while taking appropriate action to prevent future harm and encourage better choices. Marcus found that belief in the Logos also enhanced his appreciation for beauty, art, and intellectual achievement, viewing these experiences as glimpses of the rational order that underlies apparent chaos. When he observed natural beauty like sunsets or changing seasons, when he encountered great literature or philosophy, when he witnessed acts of courage or kindness, he interpreted these experiences as direct contact with universal intelligence expressing itself through particular forms. Beauty exists because the universe is fundamentally rational, and rational systems tend toward harmony, proportion, and elegant solutions to complex problems. Human appreciation for beauty reflects the resonance between individual consciousness and cosmic consciousness, explaining why aesthetic experiences often produce feelings of transcendence or connection with something greater than personal concerns. This understanding transforms everyday encounters with beauty into forms of worship or meditation, moments when the barrier between individual reason and universal reason temporarily dissolves. Marcus regularly practiced what might be called aesthetic contemplation, using encounters with natural beauty or human achievement as opportunities to reconnect with his sense of cosmic participation and cosmic purpose. The Logos doctrine ultimately provides a complete worldview that integrates scientific understanding, ethical obligation, aesthetic appreciation, and spiritual comfort without requiring supernatural beliefs or irrational faith. Marcus discovered that accepting the rationality of existence allows you to participate consciously in cosmic development rather than simply being carried along unconsciously by forces beyond your comprehension. Every choice becomes an opportunity to align yourself with universal intelligence or to resist it through ignorance, selfishness, or despair. The doctrine does not guarantee that rational choices will produce pleasant immediate results, but it ensures that such choices contribute to the overall good and therefore possess ultimate meaning regardless of their temporary consequences. Someone who truly embodies this understanding becomes what Marcus called a citizen of the cosmic city, maintaining local loyalties and responsibilities while never forgetting their participation in the universal community of rational beings working together across time and space to fulfill the purposes of cosmic intelligence. This perspective provides both humility about your individual significance and confidence about your individual contribution, allowing you to work wholeheartedly for improvement while remaining detached from personal recognition or immediate success. Part 6. The Four Cardinal Virtues. Marcus Aurelius organized his entire ethical system around four fundamental excellences he believed represented the complete perfection of human character: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These cardinal virtues, inherited from classical Greek philosophy, but refined through his own experience as emperor and warrior, provide a comprehensive framework for moral development that addresses every possible situation and every aspect of human psychology. The emperor understood that virtue is not merely following rules or avoiding harmful behaviors, but actively cultivating positive qualities that enable you to flourish as a rational social being while contributing to the welfare of others. Each virtue represents mastery over a different domain of human experience. Wisdom governs your relationship with truth and knowledge. Justice governs your relationship with other people. Courage governs your relationship with danger and difficulty, and temperance governs your relationship with pleasure and desire. Marcus discovered that developing all four virtues simultaneously creates psychological integration and moral reliability, allowing you to respond appropriately to whatever challenges arise without being overwhelmed by emotions or tempted by expedient but harmful shortcuts. The practice of virtue becomes a lifelong discipline that gradually transforms your character until virtuous responses become automatic rather than requiring conscious effort, creating what the Stoics called the sage ideal, someone whose every action expresses excellence and contributes to the rational ordering of the world. Wisdom, the first and foundational virtue, involves the disciplined pursuit of truth and the development of sound judgment across all areas of life. Marcus understood that wisdom is not mere accumulation of information, but the ability to distinguish between appearance and reality, to recognize what is truly important versus what seems important, and to make decisions based on accurate understanding rather than wishful thinking or emotional impulse. The emperor practiced wisdom by constantly examining his own beliefs and assumptions, questioning popular opinions that might be false, and seeking evidence for his conclusions rather than accepting convenient explanations. Wisdom requires intellectual humility, the recognition that your current understanding is always incomplete and potentially mistaken, combined with intellectual courage, the willingness to abandon familiar ideas when better evidence becomes available. Marcus applied this principle to military strategy, political policy, and personal relationships, regularly revising his approaches when experience revealed flaws in his previous thinking. Someone developing wisdom learns to tolerate uncertainty rather than rushing to premature conclusions, to seek advice from knowledgeable sources rather than relying entirely on personal opinion, and to distinguish between matters where certainty is possible and matters where probability is the best available guide. The practice of wisdom also involves developing practical intelligence, the ability to apply general principles to specific situations effectively, choosing appropriate means for worthy ends while avoiding both perfectionism that prevents action and carelessness that produces harmful results. Marcus found that wisdom deepens with age and experience, but requires continuous cultivation, since the complexity of life constantly presents new challenges that test the limits of current understanding and demand further learning and reflection. Justice, the social virtue, governs all relationships with other people and encompasses both fairness in individual interactions and commitment to the common good of human society. Marcus believed that justice is the most important virtue because human beings are naturally social creatures whose individual flourishing depends entirely on collective flourishing, making personal excellence inseparable from social responsibility. The emperor practiced justice by treating all people with appropriate respect regardless of their social status, by making decisions based on merit rather than favoritism, and by using his power to protect the weak rather than exploit them. Justice requires seeing beyond your immediate self-interest to consider the broader consequences of your actions for other people and for society as a whole. This does not mean sacrificing your legitimate needs to satisfy everyone else's demands, but it means that your legitimate needs include the need to contribute something valuable to the human community and to avoid causing unnecessary harm to others. Marcus applied this principle to imperial administration by establishing legal protections for slaves and prisoners, by appointing capable officials rather than personal favorites, and by spending imperial resources on public works that benefited ordinary citizens rather than merely enhancing his own comfort or reputation. The practice of justice also involves developing empathy and compassion, the ability to understand other people's perspectives and circumstances, even when you disagree with their choices or find their behavior frustrating. Someone cultivating justice learns to respond to human weakness with patience and appropriate help rather than contempt or punishment, while still maintaining necessary boundaries and consequences to protect innocent people and encourage better behavior. Courage, the virtue that governs responses to danger and difficulty, enables you to do what is right regardless of risks, opposition or personal cost. Marcus distinguished between physical courage, which faces bodily harm for worthy purposes, and moral courage, which faces social disapproval, economic loss or psychological discomfort to maintain ethical standards. Both forms of courage are essential for complete character development, since physical safety means nothing if you compromise your principles to preserve it, while moral purity means nothing if you retreat from situations where principles must be applied despite opposition. The emperor demonstrated physical courage throughout his military campaigns, personally leading troops in dangerous battles rather than directing operations from safe headquarters, but he found moral courage more difficult and more important in the long run. Moral courage requires standing up for truth when lies are more convenient, defending unpopular people when supporting them carries social costs, and maintaining your standards when everyone around you is abandoning theirs. Marcus practiced moral courage by refusing to persecute Christians despite political pressure, by appointing competent administrators despite aristocratic expectations of favoritism, and by continuing to fulfill his imperial duties despite chronic illness and personal grief. The development of courage involves gradually expanding your comfort zone by voluntarily accepting challenges that stretch your current capacities without overwhelming them completely. Someone building courage learns to distinguish between reasonable caution that protects against unnecessary risks and cowardice that prevents necessary action, between appropriate fear that signals genuine danger and anxiety that creates imaginary obstacles. The practice ultimately transforms your relationship with fear itself, not by eliminating normal human fears, but by preventing those fears from controlling your choices or determining your behavior when important principles are at stake. Marcus discovered that courage grows stronger through exercise, making each act of bravery easier than the last while building confidence in your ability to handle whatever challenges may arise in the future. Temperance, the virtue that governs desires and pleasures, creates proper relationship between your rational mind and your biological impulses, neither suppressing natural needs nor being controlled by them. Marcus understood that temperance is not asceticism or self-punishment, but rather the intelligent management of appetite, emotion and pleasure in service of larger purposes and long-term well-being. The emperor practiced temperance by maintaining excellent physical health without becoming obsessed with bodily optimization, by enjoying reasonable pleasures without becoming dependent on them for happiness, and by managing his anger and other strong emotions without either suppressing them completely or expressing them destructively. Temperance requires developing what modern psychology calls emotional regulation, the ability to feel appropriate emotions without being overwhelmed by them or controlled by them when they conflict with reason and virtue. This involves understanding the difference between initial emotional reactions, which arise automatically and cannot be directly controlled, and sustained emotional states, which depend on your thoughts and can be modified through mental discipline. Marcus regularly practiced techniques for managing anger, desire, grief and fear, not by trying to eliminate these natural human responses, but by preventing them from distorting his judgment or motivating harmful actions. The practice of temperance also extends to intellectual and social appetites, like the desire for fame, power or approval from others. Someone developing temperance learns to enjoy recognition without becoming addicted to it, to pursue legitimate goals without becoming desperate about achieving them, and to accept disappointments without becoming bitter or giving up entirely. The virtue creates what Marcus called inner freedom, the ability to choose your responses based on principle rather than impulse, making you less predictable to people who might try to manipulate you through your known weaknesses, while making you more reliable to people who depend on your consistent character. Temperance ultimately enables sustained effort toward long-term goals by preventing short-term pleasures and pains from derailing your larger purposes, creating the psychological stability necessary for wisdom, justice, and courage to operate effectively in challenging circumstances. Marcus discovered that the four cardinal virtues are interconnected and mutually reinforcing, with strength in one area supporting development in all other areas. Wisdom without courage remains merely theoretical knowledge that fails to influence behavior when principles conflict with convenience, while courage without wisdom becomes reckless action that may cause more harm than good despite good intentions. Justice without temperance becomes self-righteous, moralizing that judges others harshly while ignoring your own flaws, while temperance without justice becomes selfish self-control that serves personal advantage rather than common good. The emperor practiced all four virtues simultaneously, using wisdom to understand situations accurately, justice to consider everyone's legitimate interests, courage to do what the situation required regardless of personal cost, and temperance to maintain emotional equilibrium throughout the process. This integrated approach to virtue development creates what the Stoics called moral consistency, the ability to maintain your ethical standards across different circumstances and relationships, rather than compartmentalizing your character into separate moral identities for different contexts. Someone who embodies all four virtues becomes trustworthy in the deepest sense, not because they never make mistakes, but because their mistakes arise from limitations in knowledge or skill, rather than from moral weakness or divided loyalty between competing values. The practice of virtue ultimately transforms every situation into an opportunity for moral exercise and character development, making your entire life a training ground for excellence and service, regardless of your particular circumstances, relationships, or responsibilities. Marcus found that this approach provides both personal satisfaction and social contribution, since communities flourish when populated by individuals committed to wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance in all their interactions with others. Part 7. Service to the common good. Marcus Aurelius rejected the false choice between personal development and social responsibility, discovering instead that individual flourishing depends entirely on contributing meaningfully to the welfare of the human community. He understood that people are naturally social beings, designed by nature to work together cooperatively rather than to compete destructively, and that anyone who attempts to pursue private happiness while ignoring public obligation will ultimately fail to achieve either goal successfully. The emperor's philosophy of service emerged from his recognition that human reason, the faculty that distinguishes people from other animals, is inherently universal rather than merely personal, connecting individual consciousness to the rational order that governs cosmic development. This connection creates moral obligation to use your rational capacities in service of the common good, not as external constraint imposed by society, but as natural expression of your own deepest nature and highest potential. Marcus applied this principle throughout his reign, viewing his imperial power not as personal privilege, but as opportunity for service, making decisions based on what would benefit the Roman people rather than what would enhance his own comfort, reputation, or immediate interests. His approach to leadership demonstrates how someone can maintain personal integrity while fulfilling social responsibilities, using public office as a laboratory for practicing virtue rather than as a platform for satisfying ambition. The emperor understood that service to the common good requires first developing clear understanding of what actually constitutes genuine benefit for human society, as opposed to what merely appears popular or expedient in the short term. Marcus believed that true service involves helping people develop their own rational and moral capacities, rather than simply providing them with whatever they happen to want at any particular moment. This sometimes required making unpopular decisions that served long-term public welfare at the expense of short-term public approval, like maintaining military discipline during difficult campaigns or enforcing legal standards that prevented corruption among government officials. The emperor learned to distinguish between leadership that panders to immediate desires and leadership that cultivates genuine human development, recognizing that the second approach often requires temporary sacrifice of popularity in service of more important goals. Someone committed to serving the common good must develop the courage to do what benefits people in the long run, even when those same people oppose such actions in the present because they cannot see the larger picture or prefer familiar problems to unfamiliar solutions. This requires combining deep compassion for human weakness with unwavering commitment to human potential, maintaining faith in people's capacity for growth while refusing to enable behaviors that prevent such growth from occurring. Marcus also recognized that effective service requires developing your own talents and capacities to their highest possible level, since you cannot contribute what you do not possess. He spent considerable time studying philosophy, history, literature, and military strategy, not for personal enjoyment, but to become more capable of serving the empire effectively during crises that demanded wisdom, knowledge, and practical skills. The emperor understood that self-improvement and social service are complementary rather than competing activities, with personal development providing the foundation for meaningful contribution, while social responsibility providing the context that makes personal development significant rather than merely self-indulgent. This integration eliminates the false guilt that some people feel about investing time and energy in their own education, health, and character development, since these investments ultimately benefit everyone who interacts with them or depends on their decisions and actions. Someone truly committed to service recognizes that becoming the best version of yourself represents a gift to your family, friends, colleagues, and community, rather than selfish preoccupation with personal concerns. Marcus maintained rigorous personal disciplines throughout his reign, exercising regularly, studying continuously, and practicing philosophical reflection, not as escapes from imperial responsibility, but as essential preparation for fulfilling that responsibility with excellence. The emperor applied his service philosophy to everyday interactions with individuals, as well as to large-scale policy decisions affecting millions of people. Marcus treated servants, soldiers, administrators, and foreign ambassadors with consistent courtesy and respect, recognizing that small acts of consideration and kindness contribute to the overall moral atmosphere that influences how people treat each other throughout society. He understood that leadership involves modeling the behavior you want to see in others, rather than simply commanding obedience through authority or fear. When people observe someone in power treating others fairly and compassionately, they are more likely to adopt similar standards in their own relationships and responsibilities, creating positive ripple effects that extend far beyond the original interaction. The emperor also practiced what might be called philosophical generosity, sharing insights and wisdom with others not to display his intelligence, but to help them develop their own capacity for clear thinking and good judgment. Marcus viewed teaching and mentoring as forms of service that multiply the impact of individual virtue by encouraging virtue in others, creating communities of people committed to excellence rather than merely achieving personal excellence in isolation from social context. Marcus extended his service commitment to future generations, making decisions based on long-term consequences rather than immediate political advantage or personal convenience. He understood that present actions create the conditions that future people will inherit, making current leaders responsible not only to contemporary constituencies, but also to unborn communities who cannot advocate for their own interests. This temporal expansion of moral concern led the emperor to invest in infrastructure, education and legal reforms that might not produce visible benefits during his lifetime, but would improve circumstances for people living decades or centuries later. The perspective requires developing what Marcus called historical consciousness, the ability to see your current moment within the larger story of human development, rather than treating present circumstances as the final destination of social progress. Someone committed to intergenerational service asks not only whether particular policies will solve current problems, but also whether they will create better or worse problems for future generations to address. This long-term thinking often conflicts with short-term political pressures, but Marcus found that maintaining historical perspective actually improved his effectiveness in addressing immediate challenges by preventing solutions that would create larger problems later. The emperor also understood that service to the common good sometimes requires accepting personal costs that would be unnecessary if you focused only on private concerns. Marcus spent years away from his family, leading military campaigns in uncomfortable conditions, dealing with logistical problems and political complexities that he would have preferred to avoid if personal preference had been his primary guide. However, he found that the meaning and satisfaction that come from contributing to something larger than individual happiness more than compensate for the sacrifices required by such contribution. Someone who discovers genuine purpose in serving others experiences a form of fulfillment that cannot be achieved through purely personal pursuits, no matter how successful those pursuits become in conventional terms. The emperor wrote that human beings are designed to find their deepest satisfaction in cooperative effort toward shared goals rather than in competitive achievement of individual objectives. This does not mean that personal needs and desires become irrelevant, but it means that fulfilling personal needs within the context of service to others provides more lasting satisfaction than fulfilling the same needs in isolation from social contribution. Marcus discovered that the practice of service also provides the most reliable protection against the psychological problems that often accompany success, power, and wealth. When your primary focus remains on contributing value to others rather than on accumulating advantages for yourself, external achievements become tools for service rather than sources of personal identity or self-worth. This prevents success from creating arrogance, complacency, or disconnection from ordinary human concerns, while also preventing failure from creating despair, since your fundamental purpose remains available regardless of changing circumstances. Someone whose identity centers on service can maintain psychological stability during both favorable and unfavorable periods because their core mission continues even when particular projects succeed or fail. The emperor faced enormous challenges throughout his reign, including military defeats, natural disasters, and personal tragedies, but his commitment to serving the common good provided consistent meaning and direction that sustained him through difficulties that might have overwhelmed someone focused primarily on personal happiness or achievement. Service to others becomes service to your own deepest nature, creating integration between individual development and social contribution that eliminates the artificial conflict between personal and public good that troubles so many people in positions of responsibility and influence. Part 8. The Inner Citadel. Marcus Aurelius developed one of history's most powerful concepts for psychological resilience, the inner citadel, an inviolable core of self that remains completely untouchable by external circumstances, other people's actions, physical pain, social rejection, material loss, or even death itself. This fortress of the mind represents the last refuge of human freedom, the space within consciousness where you retain absolute sovereignty regardless of what forces may control your external environment or physical body. The emperor understood that while enemies could imprison his body, critics could attack his reputation, and disease could compromise his health, nothing and no one could penetrate the inner citadel where his essential self resided, protected by reason, virtue, and unshakable commitment to principles that transcend temporary circumstances. Building this psychological fortress requires years of disciplined practice, like developing physical strength or musical skill, but once established it provides security that cannot be taken away by any external power or adverse turn of events. Marcus spent his entire adult life constructing and reinforcing his inner citadel through daily philosophical exercise, using his private journal as a workshop for strengthening his psychological immune system against life's inevitable challenges and disappointments. The practice transforms your relationship with adversity from victim suffering to warrior training, since every difficult situation becomes an opportunity to test and strengthen your inner defenses, rather than evidence that life is unfair or meaningless. The foundation of the inner citadel rests on the recognition that your essential identity exists independent of all external conditions and social roles that you temporarily occupy. Marcus understood that while he happened to be Emperor of Rome, this position represented a temporary assignment rather than his fundamental nature, just as being healthy or sick, praised or criticized, successful or unsuccessful, represented temporary conditions rather than permanent identities. Your essential self consists of your capacity for reason, your ability to choose your responses to circumstances, and your power to align yourself with virtue regardless of what happens around you or to you. These capacities remain intact even when everything else is stripped away, making them the only reliable foundation for self-worth and psychological security. Someone who truly grasps this distinction becomes immune to external manipulation or emotional blackmail, since their core identity cannot be threatened by anything that other people can give or take away. The emperor regularly reminded himself that he was not his titles, his possessions, his relationships, his reputation, or even his physical body, but rather the consciousness that observed and chose responses to all these temporary circumstances. The construction of the inner citadel requires developing what Marcus called philosophical armor, a set of principles and practices that protect your mind from being overwhelmed by external pressures or internal fears. This armor includes the discipline of perception, which prevents you from adding unnecessary emotional interpretation to neutral external events, the dichotomy of control, which focuses your energy on areas where you have actual power while releasing attachment to uncontrollable outcomes, and the view from above, which maintains proper perspective about the temporary and relative nature of current difficulties. Each of these practices strengthens a different aspect of psychological resilience, but they work together to create comprehensive protection against the mental and emotional assaults that destroy people who lack such preparation. The emperor practiced these disciplines daily, like a soldier maintaining weapons and armor, because he understood that psychological strength requires continuous maintenance, or it atrophies over time. Someone building an inner citadel learns to view challenges as training exercises rather than threats, using every difficult situation to practice philosophical techniques until virtuous responses become automatic rather than requiring conscious effort. This transforms stress from destructive force to constructive resistance that builds character the same way physical resistance builds muscle, making you stronger rather than weaker as challenges increase in difficulty or frequency. Marcus also understood that the inner citadel must be populated with sources of meaning and value that transcend personal circumstances, creating psychological wealth that cannot be stolen or lost through external misfortune. He filled his inner fortress with commitment to virtue, love of truth, appreciation for beauty, service to others, and connection to the rational order that governs the universe, all of which remain available regardless of what happens to your external situation. These internal treasures provide steady sources of satisfaction and motivation that do not depend on favorable circumstances or other people's cooperation, making your happiness independent of factors beyond your control. The emperor found that someone whose inner citadel contains genuine sources of meaning can maintain hope and purpose even during periods when external life becomes extraordinarily difficult or seemingly meaningless. This does not mean becoming indifferent to external outcomes or withdrawing from social engagement, but it means that your fundamental well-being depends on internal resources rather than external conditions. Marcus faced enormous external challenges throughout his reign, including plagues, wars, political crises, and family tragedies. But his inner citadel provided steady psychological foundation that allowed him to continue functioning effectively despite circumstances that would have incapacitated someone without such internal preparation. The emperor discovered that the inner citadel also serves as a refuge during what might be called psychological weather, the inevitable storms of emotion that periodically sweep through human consciousness regardless of external circumstances. Just as physical buildings protect inhabitants from rain, wind, and temperature extremes, while allowing them to observe weather conditions safely from inside, the inner citadel provides protection from emotional storms while preserving your ability to witness and understand these storms without being destroyed by them. Marcus experienced the full range of human emotions throughout his life, including anger, grief, fear and disappointment, but he learned to experience these feelings from within his psychological fortress rather than being swept away by them into destructive thoughts or actions. The practice involves recognizing that emotions are temporary psychological weather, rather than permanent features of your essential self, observing them with interest and compassion while maintaining your ability to choose rational responses based on virtue and wisdom rather than reactive responses based on momentary feelings. This does not mean suppressing emotions or pretending they do not exist, but it means that emotional experiences occur within the citadel rather than overwhelming its defenses. Someone with a strong inner fortress can feel deeply without losing their psychological balance or making decisions they will later regret when the emotional weather changes. The construction of the inner citadel also involves developing what Marcus called voluntary hardship, deliberately exposing yourself to manageable challenges that strengthen your capacity to handle involuntary hardships when they inevitably arise. Just as athletes train with progressively heavier weights to build physical strength for competition, The emperor practiced psychological exercises like sleeping on hard surfaces, eating simple food, and imagining loss of cherished possessions to build mental strength for facing real adversity. This voluntary discomfort serves as inoculation against involuntary suffering, making actual hardships feel familiar rather than shocking when they occur. The practice also reveals how many apparent necessities are actually luxuries that you can live without if circumstances require, reducing anxiety about potential losses while increasing gratitude for current blessings. Marcus regularly practiced negative visualization, imagining the loss of his health, wealth, family and position, not to create pessimism, but to appreciate what he currently possessed while preparing psychologically for changes that might occur despite his preferences. Someone who has mentally rehearsed adversity responds more effectively when adversity actually occurs, since they have already worked through the initial shock and developed coping strategies during calm periods when clear thinking is easier. The Inner Citadel ultimately provides what Marcus considered the closest approximation to invulnerability that human psychology can achieve. Not the absence of challenges or the guarantee of favorable outcomes, but the presence of unshakable inner strength, regardless of what challenges arise or how outcomes develop. This strength comes not from suppressing human vulnerability, but from accepting vulnerability while building resources that remain accessible even during periods of maximum external pressure or personal crisis. The emperor understood that external security is always temporary and partial, since circumstances beyond your control can change at any moment, but inner security can become permanent and complete through disciplined cultivation of philosophical wisdom and moral character. Someone who has constructed a strong inner citadel can engage fully with external life without being dependent on external conditions for their fundamental well-being, participating wholeheartedly in relationships, projects, and social responsibilities while maintaining psychological independence from their success or failure. This creates what the Stoics called true freedom. Not the ability to do whatever you want, but the ability to want only what is genuinely good, responding to all circumstances with virtue regardless of whether those circumstances align with your preferences or work against them. The inner citadel becomes a launching point for service rather than a hiding place for retreat, providing the stability and confidence necessary for sustained engagement with the challenges and opportunities that constitute meaningful human existence. Part 9. Negative Visualization. Marcus Aurelius practiced one of the most psychologically sophisticated techniques ever developed for increasing happiness and resilience, regularly imagining the loss of everything he valued most, including his health, wealth, family, position, and life itself. This practice, called negative visualization or premeditatio malorum by the Stoics, involves systematically contemplating potential adversities not to create anxiety or pessimism, but to achieve exactly the opposite effects: deeper appreciation for current blessings and stronger psychological preparation for handling future challenges. The emperor understood that most people take their good fortune for granted until it disappears, then experience devastating shock and despair when circumstances change unexpectedly. But someone who has mentally rehearsed loss remains grateful for what they possess while maintaining equanimity when possessions are threatened or taken away. This mental exercise functions like a psychological vaccine, exposing your mind to controlled doses of imaginary adversity to build immunity against being overwhelmed by actual adversity when it inevitably occurs. Marcus found that regular practice of negative visualization paradoxically increased his enjoyment of present experiences while simultaneously reducing his anxiety about future possibilities, creating the ideal combination of mindful appreciation and stoic resilience. The technique represents one of humanity's most counterintuitive discoveries about the relationship between imagination and emotion. Thinking about loss enhances gratitude more effectively than thinking about gain, while preparing for adversity increases confidence more effectively than avoiding thoughts of potential problems. The practice begins with systematic contemplation of losing material possessions that currently contribute to your comfort, security, or identity. Marcus would imagine waking up to discover that his wealth had been confiscated, his palaces destroyed, his luxurious clothing and furnishings gone, leaving him with only basic necessities for survival. Rather than dwelling on the emotional pain such losses would create, he would explore how he might maintain dignity, purpose, and inner peace under such reduced circumstances. This exercise revealed that most material possessions, while pleasant to have, are not actually necessary for psychological well-being or moral integrity, reducing his attachment to wealth while increasing his appreciation for whatever level of material comfort he currently enjoyed. The emperor discovered that imagining voluntary simplicity made actual luxury feel like temporary bonus rather than permanent entitlement, eliminating the anxiety that comes from fearing loss of possessions that you have mistaken for requirements rather than recognizing as preferences. Someone who regularly practices this form of negative visualization develops what might be called gratitude on demand, the ability to instantly appreciate ordinary comforts like warm clothing, adequate food, or secure shelter by remembering how precious these things would seem if you had been deprived of them. Marcus extended the practice to contemplating potential damage to his reputation and social status, imagining scenarios where his policies failed dramatically, his military campaigns ended in defeat, or his personal conduct became subject to public criticism and ridicule. He would visualize receiving news that the Roman people had lost confidence in his leadership, that the Senate was considering removing him from power, or that future historians would judge his reign as incompetent or harmful. This mental rehearsal served multiple psychological functions. It reduced his attachment to praise and approval. It prepared him emotionally for handling criticism when it actually occurred, and it reminded him that his essential worth as a person remained independent of his external reputation or political success. The emperor found that imagining social rejection made current respect and admiration feel like gifts rather than rights, increasing his gratitude for supportive relationships while reducing his dependence on other people's opinions for self-esteem. The practice also motivated him to focus on doing what was actually right rather than what was popular. Since someone who has already imagined losing social approval discovers that such loss, while unpleasant, does not threaten their core identity or fundamental values. Marcus learned that reputation is essentially other people's temporary thoughts about you, which they can change at any time for reasons beyond your control, making reputation a particularly unreliable foundation for happiness or security. The emperor applied negative visualization most intensively to his relationships with family members and close friends, regularly imagining receiving news of their deaths or experiencing permanent separation from them through other circumstances. This practice initially seems morbid or depressing, but Marcus discovered that contemplating loss of loved ones dramatically intensifies appreciation for their current presence while reducing the tendency to take them for granted or postpone expressions of affection. Someone who has imagined their spouse dying tomorrow naturally treats their spouse with more patience, kindness, and attention today, since every interaction becomes precious when viewed against the backdrop of inevitable mortality. The visualization also provides psychological preparation for actual bereavement, reducing the shock and disorientation that often accompany unexpected loss, while allowing for appropriate grief that honors the deceased without becoming pathological or permanently debilitating. Marcus found that imagining loss of relationships paradoxically improved the quality of those relationships by eliminating petty conflicts and encouraging focus on what truly matters between people who care about each other. The practice transforms ordinary moments with loved ones into conscious celebrations of temporary togetherness, making every conversation, meal or shared activity feel more significant and memorable. Marcus also practiced negative visualization regarding his own health and physical capabilities, regularly imagining scenarios of serious illness, injury, disability or pain. He would contemplate how he might maintain his philosophical practice and fulfill his responsibilities if he lost his sight, hearing, mobility or mental acuity, exploring ways to find meaning and contribute value even under severely compromised physical conditions. This preparation proved extremely valuable during his later years, when chronic illness limited his energy and comfort, since he had already developed psychological strategies for dealing with physical limitations before they became actual constraints. The visualization also increased his appreciation for basic biological functions like breathing, walking, seeing and thinking clearly, transforming routine bodily experiences into sources of conscious gratitude rather than unconscious assumptions. Marcus discovered that someone who has imagined losing their health treats their current physical capabilities as temporary gifts rather than permanent possessions, leading to better self-care and less anxiety about aging or illness. The practice also reveals how much of life's satisfaction comes from mental and spiritual sources rather than purely physical ones, reducing the fear that physical decline necessarily means psychological decline or loss of meaning and purpose. The most challenging aspect of negative visualization involves contemplating your own death, imagining in detail the process of dying and the reality of no longer existing as a conscious being. Marcus would visualize his final illness, his last conversations with family and advisors, the moment when his breathing stopped and the subsequent arrangements for his burial, exploring these scenarios until they became familiar rather than terrifying. This practice serves as the ultimate perspective-shifting exercise, making all current problems seem relatively insignificant when viewed from the standpoint of mortality, while clarifying what actually matters when time is limited. The emperor found that regular death meditation eliminated most anxiety about temporary setbacks and increased motivation for meaningful action, since someone who truly accepts their mortality naturally focuses on activities that will matter from a deathbed perspective. The visualization also reduces the fear of death itself by making mortality feel like a natural conclusion rather than a shocking interruption, allowing for more peaceful acceptance when actual death approaches. Marcus discovered that imagining non-existence paradoxically intensifies appreciation for current existence, making consciousness itself feel like an extraordinary gift rather than an ordinary given. The emperor understood that negative visualization must be practiced regularly rather than occasionally to achieve its full psychological benefits. He incorporated these mental exercises into his daily routine, spending time each morning or evening systematically imagining various forms of loss and adversity that might occur during the day ahead or throughout his remaining lifetime. This consistent practice gradually rewired his emotional responses, making gratitude and resilience feel more natural than complaint and fragility when facing actual challenges. Marcus found that negative visualization works best when combined with positive action, using insights gained from imagining loss to motivate better treatment of current blessings, rather than passive acceptance of whatever circumstances happen to exist. The practice becomes most powerful when it inspires immediate changes in behavior, expressing love more freely because you have imagined losing loved ones, working more purposefully because you have imagined running out of time, enjoying simple pleasures more fully because you have imagined being deprived of them. Negative visualization ultimately transforms your entire relationship with fortune and misfortune, making good times feel more precious and bad times feel more manageable, creating psychological equilibrium that remains stable regardless of changing external circumstances. Part 10. The present moment. Marcus Aurelius discovered that psychological suffering occurs almost exclusively when the mind abandons present reality to dwell on past regrets or future anxieties, and he developed sophisticated practices for anchoring attention in the only temporal dimension where actual life unfolds, the immediate present moment. The emperor understood that the past exists only as memory, which can be useful for learning but becomes destructive when it dominates consciousness with guilt, resentment, or nostalgia that prevents engagement with current opportunities and responsibilities. Similarly, the future exists only as projection, which can be valuable for planning but becomes harmful when it fills the mind with worry, fantasy, or desperate hope that distracts from the actual work and relationships available right now. Marcus realized that someone who masters present moment awareness gains access to what he called the only life you actually have, since past and future are mental constructs, while present experience represents the only reality where choice, action, and genuine satisfaction are possible. This insight transformed his entire approach to daily existence, making every moment feel more vivid and significant while dramatically reducing the mental suffering that comes from living primarily in temporal dimensions that exist only in imagination. The practice of presence becomes both the foundation and the goal of philosophical living, since virtue can only be practiced now, wisdom can only be applied now, and service to others can only be performed now, regardless of what happened yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. The emperor began developing present moment awareness by learning to recognize when his attention had drifted away from immediate reality into mental commentary about that reality. Marcus observed that the mind operates like a constant narrator, generating ongoing streams of judgment, interpretation, memory, and anticipation that often become more compelling than the actual experiences they supposedly describe. This mental commentary is not necessarily problematic, but it becomes destructive when it replaces direct engagement with present circumstances, creating a layer of psychological distance that reduces both effectiveness and satisfaction. The practice involves learning to distinguish between necessary thinking that serves current purposes and unnecessary thinking that merely creates noise and distraction from what is actually happening. Marcus trained himself to catch his mind wandering into unproductive mental activity and gently redirect his attention back to immediate sensory experience, current tasks, or present relationships. This redirection is not forced or violent, but rather gentle and persistent, like training a puppy to stay in a particular area through patient repetition rather than harsh punishment. Someone developing present moment awareness gradually discovers that most mental activity is optional rather than required, and that consciousness becomes clearer and more powerful when it focuses on one thing at a time rather than trying to process multiple streams of thought simultaneously. The emperor found that present-focused attention dramatically improved his decision-making ability, since choices based on actual current conditions tend to be more effective than choices based on imaginary scenarios or outdated assumptions. Marcus also practiced what might be called sensory grounding, deliberately paying attention to immediate physical experiences as a way of anchoring consciousness in present reality. He would focus on the sensation of breathing, the feeling of his feet touching the ground, the temperature of air against his skin, or the sounds occurring in his immediate environment, using these concrete experiences to interrupt abstract mental activity that had become unproductive or distressing. This technique provides instant access to present moment awareness because sensory experience can only occur now, making it impossible to worry about the future or regret the past while maintaining full attention on what your senses are detecting. The emperor discovered that sensory grounding also increases appreciation for ordinary experiences that are usually ignored while the mind pursues more dramatic concerns, transforming routine activities like eating, walking or resting into opportunities for conscious engagement with the gift of embodied existence. Marcus would sometimes spend entire meals focusing exclusively on the taste, texture and temperature of his food, finding that this attention made simple fare more satisfying than elaborate banquets consumed while distracted by conversation or planning. The practice reveals how much richness is available in immediate experience when consciousness is fully present to receive it, making external entertainment or stimulation less necessary for satisfaction and contentment. The emperor applied present moment principles to his work responsibilities. Discovering that tasks performed with complete attention become more efficient and more enjoyable than the same tasks performed while mentally multitasking or anticipating future activities, Marcus would give his full focus to whatever imperial duty required his immediate attention, whether reviewing legal cases, meeting with administrators, or planning military strategy, treating each activity as worthy of his complete presence rather than as obstacle to overcome on the way to something more important. This approach eliminated the restless dissatisfaction that comes from constantly looking ahead to the next item on your agenda while never fully engaging with your current project. The emperor found that present-focused work often takes less time and produces better results than distracted work, since concentrated attention eliminates the inefficiencies created by mental wandering and the errors caused by partial attention. Marcus also discovered that treating routine administrative tasks as opportunities for practicing mindfulness transformed boring or frustrating duties into forms of meditation, making even mundane responsibilities feel meaningful as exercises in consciousness training. Someone who brings full presence to their work experiences greater satisfaction and less stress, regardless of whether their tasks are intrinsically interesting, since the quality of attention determines the quality of experience more than the content of activity. Marcus extended present moment awareness to his relationships with other people, learning to give complete attention to whoever was speaking with him rather than planning his response while they talked or thinking about other matters while maintaining superficial politeness. This practice of relational presence dramatically improved his effectiveness as a leader and deepened his personal connections, since people naturally respond positively to genuine attention while feeling dismissed by distracted interaction. The emperor discovered that most interpersonal conflicts arise from misunderstanding or feeling unheard, both of which decrease significantly when you listen with complete focus and respond to what people actually said rather than what you assumed they meant. Present moment listening also allows you to detect subtle emotional cues that reveal what people really need rather than just what they explicitly request, making your responses more helpful and your relationships more satisfying. Marcus found that giving someone your complete attention represents one of the most valuable gifts you can offer, since genuine presence has become increasingly rare in a world where most people are mentally elsewhere even when physically present. The practice transforms ordinary conversations into meaningful exchanges that leave both participants feeling more connected and understood, regardless of whether the topic involves important decisions or casual social interaction. The emperor also used present moment awareness to transform his relationship with physical discomfort and emotional distress, learning to observe pain and difficulty without adding psychological resistance that intensifies suffering. Marcus discovered that present moment pain is usually manageable, while past pain exists only as memory and future pain exists only as anticipation, both of which are mental creations rather than immediate realities. When experiencing actual physical discomfort from illness or injury, he would focus on the specific sensations occurring right now rather than catastrophizing about how bad the pain might become or how long it might continue. This approach often revealed that present moment pain, while unpleasant, rarely reaches the intensity that imagination assigns to it, making current discomfort more bearable while eliminating additional suffering created by mental projection. The emperor applied the same principle to emotional difficulties, observing feelings of anger, sadness, or fear as they actually existed in present experience rather than amplifying them through stories about their significance or duration. Marcus found that emotions experienced with present moment awareness tend to arise, peak, and dissolve naturally, while emotions resisted or inflated through mental activity become chronic and overwhelming. The practice does not eliminate pain or negative emotions, but prevents them from expanding beyond their natural boundaries, creating space for appropriate response rather than reactive suffering. Someone skilled in present moment awareness can maintain effectiveness and equanimity even during difficult periods because their consciousness remains available for dealing with actual current challenges rather than being consumed by imaginary elaborations of those challenges. Marcus ultimately discovered that present moment awareness represents both the method and the goal of philosophical practice, since wisdom, virtue, and service can only be actualized through moment-by-moment choices that respond appropriately to whatever circumstances are actually occurring. The past provides information that can inform current decisions, and the future provides motivation for current actions. But neither temporal dimension can substitute for conscious engagement with present reality, where all actual living happens. The emperor found that someone who masters presence naturally develops most other philosophical capacities, since present moment awareness automatically includes acceptance of what is, clarity about what requires response, and freedom from psychological elaborations that distort perception and judgment. This makes present moment practice both the simplest and most comprehensive form of spiritual development, accessible to anyone regardless of their circumstances, while sophisticated enough to occupy a lifetime of dedicated cultivation. Marcus integrated present moment awareness into every aspect of his daily routine, from morning reflection to evening review, using consciousness of immediate reality as the foundation for all other philosophical practices and the measure of genuine wisdom. The practice ultimately transforms time itself from enemy that steals your life into ally that offers continuous opportunities for meaningful engagement, making every moment feel like a gift rather than a burden, regardless of whether current circumstances align with your preferences or challenge your capacities. Part 11. Anger and Emotional Mastery. Marcus Aurelius recognized anger as the most destructive emotion in human experience, capable of transforming rational beings into temporary madmen who inflict enormous damage on themselves and others while accomplishing nothing constructive in the process. The emperor understood that anger feels justified and even noble to the person experiencing it, creating the illusion that rage represents appropriate response to injustice or incompetence. But he discovered through careful self-observation that anger always clouds judgment and motivates actions that the same person would recognize as foolish or harmful once their emotional state returned to normal. Marcus developed sophisticated techniques for preventing anger from arising in the first place, and for managing angry feelings when they occurred despite his preventive efforts, recognizing that emotional mastery represents one of the most practical and important skills anyone can develop for improving their effectiveness and relationships. His approach to anger management goes far beyond simple suppression or expression of feelings to address the underlying thought patterns and philosophical assumptions that generate emotional disturbance in the first place. The emperor discovered that anger is always optional, regardless of how outrageous other people's behavior might appear, because anger depends entirely on your interpretation of events rather than on the events themselves. Someone who masters their emotional responses gains tremendous power over their experience of life, since external circumstances lose their ability to control internal states, making happiness and peace of mind independent of other people's choices or changing external conditions. The emperor began his anger management practice by learning to recognize the early warning signs that indicated rising irritation before it escalated into full rage that would be much more difficult to control. Marcus observed that anger rarely appears suddenly, but typically builds through stages, beginning with mild annoyance, progressing to frustration, then developing into resentment, and finally exploding into fury if left unchecked at earlier stages. He trained himself to notice the physical sensations that accompany emerging anger, like tension in his jaw, shoulders, or stomach, changes in his breathing pattern, or the feeling of heat rising in his face and chest. These bodily signals provide early warning that emotional escalation is beginning, creating opportunities for intervention before anger reaches levels that overwhelm rational thinking and self-control. The emperor also learned to recognize the mental patterns that typically precede anger, like thoughts about how things should be different, judgments about other people's character or motivation, or internal arguments rehearsing what he would like to say to someone who had disappointed or offended him. By catching these preliminary stages of emotional build-up, Marcus could apply philosophical techniques for reframing situations before anger gained momentum and became difficult to redirect through reasoning alone. The practice requires developing what might be called emotional intelligence, the ability to monitor your internal state with the same attention you pay to external circumstances, treating emotional awareness as essential information for making good decisions rather than as irrelevant distraction from more important concerns. Someone who learns to recognize anger in its early stages gains enormous power over their emotional experience, since prevention requires much less effort and produces much better results than attempting to control emotions after they have already reached peak intensity. Marcus developed several specific cognitive techniques for interrupting the thought patterns that generate and sustain angry feelings. When someone behaved in ways that initially triggered his irritation, he would immediately apply what he called the principle of charitable interpretation, systematically considering alternative explanations for their behavior that did not require assuming malicious intent or fundamental character flaws. Perhaps the person was dealing with personal problems that affected their judgment. Perhaps they lacked information necessary for better decisions. Perhaps they were operating under different constraints or priorities that made their actions reasonable from their perspective, even if the results seemed unreasonable from his perspective. This mental exercise often revealed that behavior that initially seemed obviously wrong or offensive actually made sense when viewed from a broader context, that included factors he had not previously considered. The emperor also practiced temporal reframing, asking himself how much the current situation would matter in a week, a month, or a year, which usually revealed that incidents that seemed enormously important in the moment would become completely insignificant with the passage of time. Marcus found that anger typically focuses on temporary problems, while ignoring the larger patterns and relationships that make temporary problems less significant than they initially appear to be. Someone who learns to apply these cognitive techniques consistently can interrupt the mental processes that create anger before those processes generate emotional states that interfere with clear thinking and appropriate response to whatever challenges actually require attention. The practice transforms potential sources of rage into opportunities for developing patience, understanding, and more sophisticated problem-solving approaches that address underlying causes rather than merely reacting to surface symptoms. The emperor also understood that anger often masks other emotions that are more vulnerable or difficult to acknowledge, like fear, disappointment, or hurt feelings, and he learned to identify these underlying emotions rather than allowing them to disguise themselves as righteous indignation. Marcus discovered that when he felt angry about military setbacks, his anger usually covered his fear about the consequences of defeat for the Roman people. And when he felt angry about political opposition, his anger often disguised his disappointment that policies he believed would help people were being blocked by short-sighted concerns. By identifying and addressing the root emotions directly, he could respond more effectively to the actual situations that needed his attention while avoiding the destructive side effects that come from expressing anger inappropriately. Fear about military outcomes motivated better strategic planning and more careful preparation, while disappointment about political resistance motivated more patient education efforts and better communication about policy benefits. The emperor found that underlying emotions usually contain valuable information about what matters to you and what changes might improve current situations, while anger typically obscures this information behind noise and heat that prevent constructive action. Someone who learns to identify the emotions beneath their anger gains access to motivation for positive change while avoiding the relationship damage and poor decision-making that typically result from expressing anger directly. This emotional archaeology requires honest self-examination and willingness to acknowledge feelings that might seem weak or inappropriate. But it ultimately provides much more reliable guidance for effective action than the simplified narratives that angry minds typically create to justify their emotional reactions. Marcus developed the habit of asking himself what he was really afraid of or disappointed about whenever he noticed anger beginning to arise, using this question as a key for unlocking more accurate and useful emotional information. Marcus also practiced what might be called empathetic imagination, systematically considering the circumstances, limitations, and pressures that might explain other people's behavior that initially triggered his anger. When administrators made mistakes that seemed obviously avoidable, he would imagine the competing demands on their attention, the incomplete information they might have been working with, or the political pressures that might have influenced their decisions. When soldiers showed less courage or discipline than he expected, he would consider their fatigue, their concern for families at home, or their lack of experience with the particular challenges they were facing. This mental exercise did not excuse poor performance or eliminate consequences for harmful behavior, but it prevented Marcus from adding personal offense and character assassination to his response to situations that already required practical correction. The emperor discovered that anger toward other people almost always involves taking their behavior personally, assuming that their actions were specifically designed to frustrate or harm you. when in reality most people are simply doing their best according to their current understanding and circumstances. Someone who consistently practices empathetic imagination finds that most occasions for anger dissolve when viewed from broader perspectives that include factors the angry person initially overlooked or ignored. The practice also improves your ability to influence other people positively, since responses based on understanding and compassion typically motivate better future behavior than responses based on anger and judgment, even when both types of responses include similar practical corrections or consequences. Marcus found that administrators and soldiers responded more cooperatively to guidance that acknowledged their difficulties while requiring better performance than they did to criticism that focused primarily on their failures without considering the context that produced those failures. The emperor developed additional techniques for managing anger when it arose despite his preventive efforts, recognizing that even sophisticated philosophical practice cannot eliminate all emotional reactivity from human experience. When he found himself becoming angry despite his efforts to reframe situations charitably, Marcus would immediately remove himself from the triggering situation if possible, taking time to engage in physical exercise, deep breathing, or philosophical reflection until his emotional state returned to equilibrium. He understood that decisions made while angry are almost always inferior to decisions made after anger has subsided, making emotional regulation a practical necessity for effective leadership, rather than merely a personal preference for inner peace. The emperor also practiced what might be called anger meditation, observing his angry feelings with curiosity and detachment rather than either suppressing them or acting on them impulsively. This involves watching anger arise, peak, and eventually dissolve naturally, while maintaining awareness that you are not your emotions, but rather the consciousness that experiences emotions among many other psychological phenomena. Marcus found that anger observed mindfully tends to lose its intensity much more quickly than anger that is either fought against or indulged through mental rehearsal of grievances and imaginary arguments. The practice transforms anger from enemy that controls your behavior into temporary visitor that provides information about your values and concerns, but does not dictate your responses to situations that require clear thinking and appropriate action. Someone who learns to relate to their emotions as temporary experiences rather than as commands for action gains enormous freedom to choose responses based on wisdom and virtue rather than on whatever feelings happen to be strongest at any particular moment. Marcus ultimately discovered that mastering anger and other destructive emotions represents one of the most practical applications of philosophical wisdom, since emotional self-regulation improves virtually every aspect of life, from personal relationships to professional effectiveness. The emperor found that people naturally trust and respect leaders who maintain their composure during crises and respond to challenges with thoughtful action rather than reactive emotion. His reputation for fairness and wisdom grew partly from his ability to make decisions based on principle and careful analysis rather than on personal feelings or political pressures, which was only possible because he had learned to manage his emotional responses to difficult situations. The practice also dramatically improved Marcus's personal relationships, since family members and friends experienced him as more patient, understanding and reliable when he was not controlled by anger, fear or other destabilizing emotions. The emperor recognized that emotional mastery serves others as well as yourself, since people who cannot control their own emotions inevitably inflict those emotions on everyone around them, creating unnecessary stress and conflict in their families, organizations and communities. Someone who takes responsibility for their own emotional state provides a gift of stability and peace to everyone they interact with, modeling the possibility of maintaining inner equilibrium regardless of external circumstances. Marcus viewed his emotional discipline as part of his service to the Roman people, understanding that an emperor who could be easily angered or frightened would make poor decisions that could affect millions of lives, making personal emotional development a matter of public responsibility as well as private benefit. The practice ultimately reveals that you have much more control over your experience of life than most people realize, since changing your internal responses to external events can transform the same circumstances from sources of suffering into opportunities for growth and service. Part 12. Impermanence and Change. Marcus Aurelius discovered profound peace in fully accepting the fundamental law of existence that governs everything from subatomic particles to human civilizations. Nothing remains the same forever, and all phenomena continuously undergo transformation according to natural processes that operate beyond individual control or preference. The emperor understood that resistance to change creates most human suffering, since people naturally want pleasant conditions to continue indefinitely while demanding that unpleasant conditions end immediately, both of which represent impossible demands that conflict with the basic structure of reality. Marcus developed a sophisticated philosophy of impermanence that transformed his relationship with both positive and negative experiences, allowing him to enjoy good times without clinging to them desperately and endure difficult times without falling into despair about their duration. His meditation on change went far beyond mere intellectual acceptance to encompass emotional and practical integration of impermanence into every aspect of daily living, from moment-to-moment responses to external events to long-term planning for imperial responsibilities. The emperor found that someone who truly embraces the reality of change becomes much more adaptable, resilient and effective in navigating life's inevitable transitions and uncertainties. This philosophical stance does not lead to passive resignation or nihilistic indifference, but rather to active engagement with current possibilities, combined with psychological flexibility about future developments that remain beyond anyone's ability to predict or control completely. The emperor began developing his understanding of impermanence by observing natural cycles that demonstrate change as the fundamental characteristic of physical existence. Marcus would contemplate how seasons transform landscapes from green abundance to stark bareness and back again, how rivers continuously flow while appearing to remain in the same location, how his own body had changed dramatically from infancy through childhood to adulthood, and would continue changing until death returned its elements to the earth. These observations revealed that change is not an unfortunate accident that disrupts an otherwise stable reality, but rather the basic process through which all existence unfolds according to natural laws that operate with mathematical precision and universal scope. The emperor realized that expecting permanence from any phenomenon represents a fundamental misunderstanding of how reality actually works, like expecting water to flow uphill or demanding that winter never give way to spring. This recognition eliminated much of the anxiety and frustration that comes from treating temporary conditions as if they should be permanent, whether those conditions involve health, relationships, social status, or any other aspect of human experience that people commonly mistake for stable possessions rather than temporary processes. Marcus found that accepting the inevitability of change paradoxically made him more grateful for current circumstances, since recognizing their temporary nature intensified appreciation for whatever good qualities they possessed while they lasted. Marcus extended his meditation on impermanence to human institutions and social arrangements, recognizing that empires, governments, economic systems, and cultural practices all undergo continuous transformation, regardless of how established or permanent they might appear to people living within them. The emperor understood that the Roman Empire, despite its apparent strength and extent, represented a temporary historical formation that had emerged from previous conditions and would eventually give way to different political arrangements through processes of change that operated on timescales longer than individual human lives. This perspective allowed him to work wholeheartedly for the empire's welfare, without becoming attached to its permanence or despairing when particular policies failed to achieve their intended results. Marcus recognized that his own reign represented a brief moment in ongoing institutional development, making his responsibility not to create perfect conditions that would last forever, but to contribute whatever improvements were possible during his temporary stewardship of imperial authority. The emperor applied this understanding to all aspects of governance, viewing laws, military strategies, and administrative reforms as experiments that would be modified or replaced by future leaders according to changing circumstances and evolving understanding. This acceptance of institutional impermanence prevented him from becoming rigidly attached to particular approaches, while motivating continued effort to make beneficial changes despite their temporary nature. Someone who truly grasps the impermanence of social arrangements can work effectively within existing systems while remaining open to necessary changes and adaptations that serve human welfare better than maintaining outdated structures merely because they are familiar or comfortable. Marcus found that accepting the temporary nature of all human institutions actually increased his commitment to improving them, since recognizing their evolutionary character made constructive change seem both possible and necessary rather than futile or impious. The emperor also contemplated personal relationships within the context of impermanence, recognizing that even the strongest bonds between people undergo continuous change and will eventually end through death, geographical separation, or natural evolution of interests and circumstances. Marcus understood that attempting to keep relationships exactly as they are represents an impossible demand that creates suffering for everyone involved, since people naturally grow, change perspectives, develop new interests, and face different life challenges that modify their capacity for particular types of connection. This recognition allowed him to appreciate relationships as they existed in the present, while remaining open to whatever changes might occur naturally over time. The emperor found that accepting relational impermanence paradoxically deepened his connections with family members and friends, since knowing that no relationship lasts forever made him more attentive to current opportunities for expressing care, understanding, and support. Marcus also discovered that people who try to prevent natural relationship changes through control or manipulation typically accelerate the very deterioration they fear, while those who allow relationships to evolve organically often maintain meaningful connections despite significant changes in circumstances or personal development. The practice involves loving people as they are now, while releasing attachment to who they were in the past, or expectations about who they should become in the future. This does not mean becoming indifferent to relationship quality or avoiding commitment to people you care about, but it means that your commitment focuses on supporting their well-being and growth rather than on maintaining static conditions that serve your own comfort or security needs. Marcus applied this principle to his relationships with his wife, children, and closest advisors, offering consistent care and support while allowing them freedom to develop according to their own nature and circumstances, rather than trying to shape them according to his preferences or expectations. Marcus developed practical applications of impermanence philosophy for dealing with difficult emotions and psychological states that seem overwhelming when they occur, but lose their power when viewed from the perspective of natural change. The emperor learned to remind himself during periods of anger, grief, fear, or depression that these emotional states represent temporary weather patterns in consciousness rather than permanent features of his identity or fixed characteristics of his circumstances. This recognition allowed him to experience appropriate emotions fully without being controlled by them or making permanent decisions based on temporary feelings that would naturally shift over time according to changing internal and external conditions. Marcus found that emotions handled with awareness of their impermanent nature tend to resolve more quickly and completely than emotions that are either suppressed through denial or amplified through mental elaboration about their significance or duration. The practice involves observing emotional states with the same detached interest you might bring to watching clouds form and dissolve in the sky, recognizing them as natural phenomena that arise and pass away according to conditions beyond your direct control. This does not mean becoming emotionally numb or failing to respond appropriately to situations that generate strong feelings, but it means that your responses emerge from wisdom and choice rather than from being overwhelmed by temporary psychological states. Someone who truly integrates the impermanence of emotions gains enormous psychological freedom, since they no longer fear negative feelings or cling desperately to positive feelings, allowing their emotional life to flow naturally without creating additional suffering through resistance to whatever feelings happen to arise. Marcus applied this understanding to his experience of physical pain as well, recognizing that bodily discomfort also represents a temporary condition that will change according to biological processes, making current pain more bearable by viewing it within the larger context of the body's continuous transformation throughout the life cycle. The emperor extended his impermanence practice to his own thoughts and mental states, observing how his ideas, opinions, and mental preoccupations continuously shifted according to new information, changing circumstances, and natural cycles of attention and interest. Marcus realized that trying to maintain particular thoughts or mental states requires constant effort and usually fails anyway, while allowing thoughts to arise and dissolve naturally according to their own patterns creates much more psychological ease and clarity. This observation led him to develop a more relaxed relationship with his own thinking process, viewing thoughts as temporary mental events rather than as permanent aspects of his identity that needed to be defended or maintained. The emperor found that thoughts handled with awareness of their impermanence lose much of their compulsive quality, since recognizing that any particular thought will naturally be replaced by different thoughts eliminates the urgency that comes from treating current mental content as final or definitive. Marcus applied this understanding to obsessive worry, repetitive planning, and other forms of mental activity that can become problematic when they continue beyond their usefulness. Someone who recognizes the impermanent nature of thought patterns can use thinking as a tool for practical purposes while avoiding being trapped by thoughts that have outlived their utility or accuracy. The practice ultimately reveals that you are not your thoughts, but rather the awareness within which thoughts arise and dissolve, providing psychological space that remains stable even when mental content changes dramatically according to circumstances or biological rhythms. Marcus found that this recognition of mental impermanence increased his capacity for learning and growth, since he could release outdated ideas and assumptions more easily when he did not treat them as fundamental aspects of his identity that needed permanent protection from new evidence or alternative perspectives. The emperor discovered that fully embracing impermanence actually increases motivation for positive action, rather than creating the passive resignation that people often fear will result from accepting the temporary nature of all conditions and achievements. Marcus understood that recognizing the temporary nature of current circumstances makes constructive action more urgent rather than less important, since opportunities for improvement will not remain available indefinitely, and beneficial changes must be implemented while conditions allow for their possibility. The practice eliminates both perfectionism that prevents action due to fear of imperfect results and procrastination that postpones action due to false assumptions about unlimited time for future implementation. Someone who truly grasps impermanence naturally focuses on making whatever positive contributions are possible right now, rather than waiting for ideal conditions that will never arrive, or perfect solutions that do not exist in a world where everything continuously changes according to complex factors beyond individual control. Marcus applied this understanding to his imperial responsibilities, working energetically to implement beneficial policies and reforms, while accepting that his contributions would represent temporary improvements in ongoing processes of social and political development rather than final solutions to permanent problems. The practice transforms every moment into an opportunity for meaningful action, since recognizing the temporary nature of all opportunities makes each chance for service, learning, or positive contribution feel precious rather than routine. Impermanence philosophy ultimately provides both perspective that prevents despair during difficult times and urgency that motivates excellence during favorable times, creating psychological balance that remains stable regardless of whether current circumstances seem supportive or challenging for whatever purposes you are trying to accomplish through your choices and actions. Marcus found that accepting change as the fundamental law of existence allowed him to participate consciously in the evolutionary processes that shape individual lives and human societies, contributing wisely to developments that would continue long after his own temporary participation had ended through the natural process of death and renewal. Part 13. Obstacles as the Way. Marcus Aurelius developed one of philosophy's most counterintuitive insights. Difficulties, setbacks, and opposition represent opportunities for developing excellence rather than unfortunate accidents that prevent you from achieving your true potential or living a meaningful life. The emperor discovered that obstacles force you to develop capacities that would remain dormant during periods of comfort and ease, making challenges essential rather than optional components of character development and skill acquisition. Marcus coined the phrase, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way," expressing his recognition that apparent barriers often contain hidden pathways to goals that seemed blocked or impossible to reach through conventional approaches. This perspective transforms every frustration from evidence that life is working against you into proof that life is providing exactly the training you need to become stronger, wiser, and more capable than you were before encountering the difficulty. The emperor applied this principle throughout his reign, using military defeats to improve strategic thinking, political opposition to develop better communication skills, and personal losses to deepen philosophical understanding and emotional resilience. Someone who masters the art of transforming obstacles into opportunities becomes nearly invincible, since every apparent setback becomes fuel for further development rather than reason for discouragement or giving up on important goals and values. The emperor understood that this transformation requires a fundamental shift in how you define progress and success in your personal and professional endeavors. Most people measure progress by the absence of obstacles and define success by the ease with which they achieve their goals, but Marcus realized that this approach makes your sense of accomplishment dependent on external conditions that remain largely beyond your control. Instead, he learned to measure progress by how skillfully he handled whatever obstacles arose, and to define success by how much he grew through the process of dealing with challenges rather than by whether he achieved particular outcomes. This shift makes every situation a potential victory, since you can always improve your response to circumstances even when you cannot control the circumstances themselves. The emperor found that people who adopt this approach become much more resilient and adaptable, since their sense of progress and achievement depends on factors within their control rather than on external conditions that may change unpredictably due to forces beyond their influence. Marcus applied this principle to military campaigns where strategic objectives sometimes proved impossible to achieve, but where each campaign taught valuable lessons that improved future decision-making and leadership capabilities. The practice eliminates much of the frustration that comes from demanding that reality conform to your preferences, while providing continuous opportunities for meaningful development regardless of whether current circumstances seem favorable or hostile to your immediate goals. Someone who truly embraces obstacles as opportunities for growth maintains motivation and effectiveness even during periods when external progress seems slow or non-existent, since internal development continues regardless of external conditions. Marcus developed specific techniques for extracting maximum benefit from difficulties and setbacks that initially seem purely negative or destructive. When faced with any obstacle, he would immediately ask himself what virtues this situation might allow him to practice, what skills it might force him to develop, or what knowledge it might provide that would be valuable for future challenges. Military resistance from barbarian tribes became opportunities to practice courage, patience, and strategic thinking, while learning about different cultures and military tactics that might be useful in other contexts. Political opposition from the Senate became opportunities to practice persuasion, compromise, and understanding of different perspectives, while developing better policies that addressed legitimate concerns raised by critics. Personal illnesses became opportunities to practice fortitude, acceptance, and appreciation for health, while gaining empathy for others who suffered similar conditions and insight into the relationship between physical and mental well-being. The emperor discovered that this systematic search for hidden benefits typically reveals multiple positive aspects of situations that initially seemed entirely negative, transforming your emotional relationship with difficulties from resentment to curiosity about what gifts they might contain. The practice does not require pretending that obstacles are pleasant or denying their genuine costs and complications, but it involves looking beyond immediate inconvenience to discover longer-term advantages that become available through skillful response to challenging circumstances. Marcus found that people who consistently apply this approach develop what might be called difficulty gratitude, genuine appreciation for challenges that provide opportunities for growth that would not be available through easier paths. The emperor also recognized that obstacles often force creative solutions that prove superior to the conventional approaches you would have used if no barriers had existed. Marcus observed that when direct paths to goals are blocked, you must develop indirect strategies that sometimes achieve better results than straightforward methods would have produced. Military campaigns that could not be won through overwhelming force required diplomatic negotiations that created more stable peace agreements than conquest alone would have established. Administrative problems that could not be solved through increased resources required systemic reforms that improved efficiency and effectiveness beyond what additional funding would have accomplished. Personal limitations that prevented him from fulfilling certain imperial duties in traditional ways forced him to develop innovative approaches that proved more effective than conventional methods and served as models for future leaders facing similar challenges. The emperor discovered that obstacles function as creativity catalysts, forcing you to move beyond habitual responses and explore possibilities that would never occur to someone who encountered no resistance to their initial plans. This creative pressure often leads to breakthrough insights and innovative solutions that transform not only your current situation, but also your general capacity for problem solving in future circumstances that require flexible thinking and resourceful adaptation. Someone who learns to view obstacles as creativity triggers develops much greater confidence in their ability to handle unexpected challenges, since they have repeatedly experienced the process of discovering new approaches when familiar methods prove inadequate for current requirements. Marcus extended this principle to emotional and psychological obstacles, learning to transform internal resistances and fears into opportunities for developing mental strength and wisdom. When he experienced doubt about his ability to fulfill imperial responsibilities effectively, he used these feelings as motivation to study harder, seek advice from knowledgeable counselors, and develop better decision-making processes, rather than as evidence that he was inadequate for leadership. When he felt overwhelmed by the scope of problems facing the Roman Empire, he transformed this overwhelm into humility that motivated delegation to capable administrators and systematic approaches to complex challenges, rather than allowing it to paralyze him with despair about impossible demands. When he experienced grief about personal losses or disappointment about failed policies, he used these emotions as opportunities to develop deeper compassion for others facing similar difficulties and greater wisdom about the limitations that constrain all human endeavors. The emperor found that internal obstacles often provide the most valuable training for developing psychological maturity and emotional resilience. Since overcoming external challenges may depend partly on luck or favorable circumstances, while overcoming internal challenges depends entirely on qualities that you can develop through practice and commitment. Marcus discovered that people who learn to transform their fears, doubts, and negative emotions into fuel for personal development become much stronger and more reliable than those who avoid psychological challenges or expect internal growth to occur without encountering internal resistance. The practice involves welcoming psychological discomfort as information about areas where you need to develop greater understanding, skill, or acceptance, rather than treating uncomfortable emotions as problems to be eliminated as quickly as possible through distraction or avoidance. Someone who masters this internal alchemy can maintain progress toward important goals even during periods of self-doubt, discouragement, or fear, since these internal states become resources for growth rather than obstacles that prevent forward movement. The emperor also applied obstacle as opportunity thinking to interpersonal difficulties and relationship challenges that initially seemed purely frustrating or harmful. Marcus learned to view difficult people as teachers who provided opportunities to practice patience, understanding, and effective communication skills that would benefit him in all future interactions with challenging personalities. Administrators who made poor decisions became opportunities for him to develop better training systems, clearer communication of expectations, and more effective supervision techniques that improved overall governmental performance. Critics who opposed his policies became opportunities to examine his reasoning more carefully, identify weaknesses in his arguments, and develop more persuasive presentations that addressed legitimate concerns while maintaining essential principles. Family members who struggled with personal problems became opportunities for him to practice unconditional love, supportive presence, and wise guidance that strengthen relationships while helping loved ones develop their own capacities for dealing with life's challenges. The emperor discovered that people who consistently approach relationship difficulties as growth opportunities develop much stronger interpersonal skills and deeper, more satisfying connections with others than those who avoid conflict or expect relationships to proceed smoothly without requiring effort and adaptation from all parties involved. This approach does not mean tolerating abuse or avoiding necessary boundaries, but it means looking for ways to learn and grow from every interpersonal challenge rather than simply trying to eliminate difficult interactions or difficult people from your life. Marcus found that the patience, empathy, and communication skills developed through transforming relationship obstacles into learning opportunities served him well in all aspects of leadership and personal life, making him more effective in every context where human cooperation and understanding were required for achieving important goals. The emperor ultimately discovered that the obstacle as opportunity principle provides one of the most practical and empowering frameworks for maintaining motivation and effectiveness throughout a lifetime of inevitable challenges and setbacks. Marcus understood that someone who expects life to be easy or fair will be repeatedly disappointed and discouraged by the normal difficulties that everyone encounters, while someone who expects obstacles and views them as essential training will remain strong and purposeful regardless of what challenges arise. This perspective eliminates victim mentality by making you an active participant in transforming difficulties rather than a passive recipient of unfortunate circumstances, creating a sense of agency and empowerment even during periods when external conditions seem completely beyond your control. The practice also provides continuous opportunities for meaning and growth, since every obstacle becomes a chance to develop valuable qualities like courage, wisdom, patience, creativity, and resilience that serve both personal fulfillment and service to others. Marcus applied this philosophy to every aspect of imperial responsibility, transforming the enormous challenges of governing a vast empire during times of crisis into opportunities for developing and demonstrating the highest capacities of human leadership and moral character. Someone who fully integrates this approach becomes genuinely grateful for difficulties that provide training opportunities unavailable through easier circumstances, creating psychological strength that transforms every setback into setup for future achievement and service. The obstacle as opportunity mindset ultimately reveals that external circumstances have no power to prevent your growth or destroy your capacity for meaningful contribution, since every situation contains possibilities for developing excellence that advance your most important goals, regardless of whether those goals are achieved through the specific paths you initially preferred or through alternative routes discovered through creative response to unexpected challenges. Part 14. Morning and Evening Practices. Marcus Aurelius understood that philosophical wisdom requires daily practice to become integrated into character and behavior rather than remaining merely theoretical knowledge that fails to transform actual responses to life's challenges and opportunities. The emperor developed sophisticated morning and evening routines that served as bookends for each day, providing structured time for philosophical reflection, emotional preparation, and character development that gradually shaped his entire approach to living. These daily practices functioned like spiritual exercises or psychological training that strengthened his capacity for virtue, wisdom, and resilience the same way physical exercises strengthen bodily health and athletic performance. Marcus recognized that without regular philosophical practice, even the most profound insights tend to fade from consciousness during the immediate pressures and distractions of daily responsibilities, leaving you vulnerable to reactive responses based on emotion or habit, rather than thoughtful responses based on principle and understanding. His morning preparation involved setting intentions for the day ahead, reviewing philosophical principles that would guide his decision-making, and mentally rehearsing appropriate responses to likely challenges, while his evening review involved examining his actual performance, identifying lessons learned, and recommitting to continued growth and improvement. These practices created continuous feedback loop between philosophical theory and practical application, ensuring that abstract ideas about virtue and wisdom were constantly tested and refined through real-world experience, while daily experience was continuously elevated through philosophical reflection and conscious intention setting. The emperor's morning practice began immediately upon waking, before the mind became occupied with the practical concerns and administrative demands that would dominate his attention throughout the day. Marcus would spend time in quiet reflection, often while still in bed, preparing his mind for whatever challenges and opportunities the day might bring, by reviewing the philosophical principles that would guide his responses to unpredictable circumstances. He would remind himself of the dichotomy of control, focusing his energy on areas where he had genuine influence, while remaining detached from outcomes beyond his power to determine directly. He would contemplate the temporary nature of all conditions and experiences, making peace with the reality that pleasant circumstances would not last forever, while difficult circumstances would also pass, according to natural processes of change and development. The emperor would also practice negative visualization, imagining potential losses or setbacks that might occur during the day ahead, not to create anxiety, but to prepare his mind emotionally for handling adversity with composure and appropriate action, rather than with shock and reactive confusion. This morning preparation served as psychological inoculation against the emotional volatility that can derail good judgment when unexpected challenges arise without warning during busy periods when there is no time for extended philosophical reflection. Marcus found that spending even a few minutes each morning establishing philosophical orientation for the day dramatically improved his capacity to maintain virtue and wisdom during stressful situations that would otherwise trigger automatic responses based on emotion or immediate convenience, rather than on deeper values and principles. The practice created mental clarity and emotional stability that served as foundation for all other activities throughout the day, making every interaction and decision an opportunity to express excellence rather than simply react to circumstances according to whatever impulse happened to be strongest at any particular moment. Marcus also used his morning time to set specific intentions about how he wanted to show up in his various roles and relationships throughout the day ahead. As emperor, he would commit to making decisions based on the common good rather than personal convenience or political expedience, to listening carefully to advisors and administrators rather than simply imposing his own preferences, and to maintaining patience and fairness when dealing with difficult people or frustrating situations. As a husband and father, he would intention to be fully present during time with family members to express appreciation and affection rather than taking their love for granted, and to provide guidance and support without trying to control their individual development and choices. As a student of philosophy, he would commit to looking for learning opportunities in whatever experiences occurred during the day, to practicing the virtues he studied in theoretical form, and to maintaining curiosity about life rather than becoming rigid or complacent about his current understanding. These specific intentions served as internal compass that provided direction for navigating the complex decisions and interactions that filled imperial days with competing demands and conflicting priorities. The emperor discovered that morning intention setting dramatically improved his consistency in expressing his values through action, since having clear internal commitments made it easier to recognize when circumstances offered opportunities to practice virtue or when immediate pressures tempted him to compromise principles for short-term advantage. Someone who begins each day with conscious intention about how they want to live tends to make choices throughout the day that align with their deepest values, rather than simply reacting to immediate circumstances according to whatever response requires least effort or creates least discomfort in the short term. Marcus found that this morning practice gradually transformed his character by creating thousands of small moments where conscious choice replaced unconscious habit, building patterns of excellence that became increasingly natural and automatic through consistent repetition over months and years of daily practice. The Emperor's evening practice involved systematic review of his actual performance during the day that had just concluded, examining his responses to various situations with honest assessment of where he had lived up to his intentions and where he had fallen short of his philosophical ideals. Marcus would mentally replay significant interactions and decisions, analyzing whether his responses had been driven by virtue or by emotion, whether he had acted according to philosophical principles or according to immediate convenience, and whether his choices had served the common good or merely his personal preferences. This self-examination was not intended as harsh self-criticism that would undermine confidence or create guilt about inevitable human imperfections, but rather as honest feedback that would guide future improvement and learning. The Emperor understood that character development requires accurate information about current strengths and weaknesses, just as physical training requires accurate measurement of current capabilities and limitations to design appropriate exercises for continued growth. When he identified responses that had been less skillful or virtuous than he desired, Marcus would analyze what factors had contributed to those responses and what alternative approaches might be more effective in similar future situations. When he recognized responses that had successfully expressed virtue and wisdom, he would note what conditions and practices had supported those positive performances so that he could cultivate those conditions more consistently. This evening review created continuous learning process that gradually refined his understanding of how philosophical principles apply to specific practical situations, while building his capacity to implement those principles more reliably under various types of pressure and challenge. The practice transformed every day into a laboratory for moral and intellectual development, ensuring that experience became education rather than simply accumulated activity that passes without contributing to genuine growth in wisdom or character. Marcus also used his evening time for gratitude practice, systematically appreciating the positive experiences, helpful people, and beneficial circumstances that had enriched his day in ways large and small. He would reflect on conversations that had provided insight or connection, natural beauty that had lifted his spirits, successful completion of important tasks, moments of laughter or joy with family members, and the basic gifts of health, safety, and consciousness that made all other experiences possible. This gratitude practice served multiple psychological functions. It countered the natural tendency to focus on problems and difficulties while overlooking blessings. It increased his overall sense of life satisfaction and well-being, and it reinforced positive relationships by acknowledging contributions from others rather than taking their support for granted. The Emperor found that ending each day with gratitude created mental state conducive to peaceful sleep and positive dreams, while also preparing the foundation for approaching the next day with optimism and appreciation, rather than with anxiety or resentment about continuing challenges. Someone who consistently practices evening gratitude develops what might be called abundance consciousness. awareness of the countless ways that life provides support, beauty, meaning, and opportunity even during periods when specific problems or goals dominate immediate attention. Marcus discovered that gratitude practice also improved his relationships with other people, since recognizing and appreciating their contributions made him more likely to express appreciation directly and to look for ways to reciprocate kindness rather than simply receiving support without acknowledgement. The practice created positive spiral, where appreciation led to better relationships, which created more experiences worth appreciating, which reinforced the habit of looking for positive aspects of daily experience rather than focusing exclusively on whatever seemed problematic or insufficient. This evening gratitude review also served as antidote to the disappointment and frustration that naturally arise when reality does not match expectations, since systematic appreciation for what actually occurred often revealed that days contained much more value and satisfaction than initial assessments suggested, when those assessments focused primarily on unmet goals or unresolved difficulties. The emperor integrated his morning and evening practices with philosophical study and contemplation that provided intellectual foundation for practical application throughout each day. Marcus would often begin or end his reflection time by reading passages from favorite philosophical texts, using ancient wisdom as inspiration and guidance for contemporary challenges, while also contributing his own insights to the ongoing conversation between philosophical theory and lived experience. His private journal, which became the Meditations, served as workshop, where he could experiment with applying philosophical concepts to specific situations he was facing, working through complex moral and practical questions in writing rather than simply thinking about them abstractly. This combination of reading, writing and reflection created comprehensive intellectual training that supported his practical efforts to live according to virtue and wisdom, while also advancing his understanding of philosophical principles through continuous testing against real-world experience. The emperor found that regular philosophical study prevented his daily practices from becoming mere routine or habit by continuously introducing new ideas and perspectives that challenged him to deepen and refine his approach to living. At the same time, daily practical application prevented his philosophical study from remaining purely theoretical by forcing constant translation of abstract concepts into concrete decisions and behaviors that revealed both the power and the limitations of various philosophical approaches. This integration of study and practice created what Marcus considered the ideal form of philosophical education, where wisdom develops through continuous interaction between intellectual understanding and practical experience, rather than through either abstract study divorced from application or unreflective practice lacking conceptual framework. Someone who combines regular philosophical reflection with systematic review of daily performance creates optimal conditions for character development and wisdom cultivation that serves both personal fulfillment and effective service to others throughout a lifetime of learning and growth. Marcus ultimately discovered that consistent morning and evening practices create psychological rhythm and structure that support sustained commitment to excellence, even during periods of high stress, major transitions, or external circumstances that could otherwise derail character development and philosophical progress. These daily touchpoints with deeper values and purposes provided stability that remained available regardless of how chaotic or demanding external responsibilities became, ensuring that philosophical orientation remained accessible even when there was no time for extended contemplation during busy days filled with immediate practical concerns. The emperor found that people who establish regular practices for connecting with their highest aspirations and deepest wisdom develop resilience and consistency that serves them well during both favorable and challenging periods of life. The practices create internal anchor that prevents you from being swept away by temporary emotions or external pressures, while also providing continuous opportunities for recommitment to growth and service that prevent complacency or stagnation during comfortable periods when external motivation for development may be minimal. Marcus viewed his morning and evening practices as essential infrastructure for philosophical living, comparable to physical exercise for bodily health or regular meals for nutritional well-being, requiring consistent attention and effort, but providing benefits that justify the investment through improved capacity for handling whatever challenges and opportunities life presents. Someone who develops sustainable daily practices for character development and wisdom cultivation creates foundation for lifelong learning and service that continues to deepen and strengthen with age and experience, rather than declining due to the accumulated pressures and distractions that can gradually erode philosophical commitment when it lacks regular renewal and conscious recommitment through structured reflection and intention setting. Part 15. Justice and Leadership Philosophy. Marcus Aurelius developed a comprehensive understanding of justice that extended far beyond legal fairness to encompass the moral obligation of those in positions of power to use their authority for the benefit of everyone under their care, rather than for personal advantage or the advancement of narrow interests. The emperor recognized that true justice requires leaders to consider the welfare of all people affected by their decisions, including future generations who will inherit the consequences of current policies, but have no voice in contemporary political processes. His approach to leadership was grounded in the philosophical principle that individual human beings are naturally social creatures designed to cooperate for mutual benefit, making personal flourishing inseparable from community flourishing and individual excellence dependent on contributing to collective well-being. Marcus understood that power represents opportunity for service rather than privilege for personal gratification, transforming the burdens of leadership into occasions for practicing virtue on a scale that could benefit millions of people while providing training in character development that would be impossible to achieve through private life alone. The emperor's justice philosophy integrated practical wisdom about effective governance with moral commitment to treating all people with appropriate dignity and respect, regardless of their social status, economic resources, or political influence. This combination of competence and compassion created leadership style that earned genuine respect from diverse constituencies, while advancing policies that served long-term public interest rather than short-term political advantage or popular opinion that might conflict with genuine human welfare. The emperor understood that just leadership requires developing accurate understanding of the real conditions and needs of all people within your sphere of responsibility, rather than making decisions based on abstract theories or limited information from advisors who may have their own biases and interests. Marcus made serious efforts to understand the daily experiences of ordinary Roman citizens, soldiers, provincial administrators, and even slaves and prisoners, recognizing that effective policies must be grounded in realistic assessment of how different groups of people actually live and what changes would genuinely improve their circumstances. He regularly consulted with people from various backgrounds and social positions, seeking diverse perspectives on complex issues rather than relying exclusively on advice from aristocratic counselors who might lack direct experience with problems facing less privileged members of society. The emperor also travelled extensively throughout the empire when possible, observing conditions in different regions and learning about local challenges that might not be apparent from the imperial capital where policy decisions were made. This commitment to gathering accurate information required considerable time and effort that could have been spent on more immediately gratifying activities. But Marcus recognized that just decisions depend on understanding reality as it actually exists, rather than as you might prefer it to be, or imagine it to be based on incomplete or biased sources. Someone in leadership who consistently seeks to understand the real impact of their decisions on all affected parties develops both the knowledge necessary for effective policy making and the empathy necessary for maintaining moral commitment to serving others rather than simply exercising power for its own sake. The emperor found that leaders who remain isolated from the daily experiences of people they serve inevitably make decisions that seem reasonable from privileged perspectives, but create unnecessary hardship or fail to address genuine needs that could be met through different approaches, informed by broader and more accurate understanding of actual conditions. This commitment to reality-based decision-making also protected Marcus from the dangerous tendency of powerful people to surround themselves with flatterers who provide pleasant but inaccurate feedback that can lead to policies based on wishful thinking rather than careful analysis of facts and consequences. Marcus applied his justice philosophy to legal and administrative systems, working to ensure that laws and governmental procedures serve genuine public welfare rather than protecting the interests of wealthy or politically connected individuals at the expense of less powerful members of society. The emperor implemented legal reforms that provided better protection for slaves, prisoners, and other vulnerable populations who had traditionally been subject to arbitrary treatment by those with greater social or economic power. He also worked to make legal procedures more transparent and consistent, reducing opportunities for corruption or favoritism that could deny justice to people who lacked resources or connections to navigate complex bureaucratic systems. Marcus understood that legal systems can either reinforce existing inequalities by protecting the privileges of those who already possess advantages, or promote genuine justice by ensuring that everyone receives fair treatment regardless of their background or circumstances. The emperor chose to use his authority to move Roman law in the direction of greater fairness and protection for all citizens, even when such changes faced opposition from aristocratic interests that benefited from maintaining traditional arrangements that served them well. This commitment to legal justice required considerable political courage, since powerful people naturally resist changes that reduce their special advantages. But Marcus recognized that leaders who fail to protect the rights of all people ultimately undermine the legitimacy and stability of the entire system they are supposed to govern. Someone in authority who consistently works to make systems more fair and effective for everyone, rather than just for those with existing power, creates foundation for genuine social cooperation and mutual respect that serves long-term stability and prosperity better than arrangements based primarily on coercion or tradition that no longer serves contemporary needs. The emperor found that justice-oriented reforms often face initial resistance, but eventually gain support from broad constituencies who recognize that fair treatment benefits everyone by creating more stable and productive social arrangements where people can focus on constructive activities rather than protecting themselves from arbitrary treatment or unfair disadvantages. The emperor also understood that just leadership requires personal moral integrity that aligns private behavior with public responsibilities, since leaders who live according to different standards in their personal and professional lives undermine both their own character and public confidence in governmental institutions. Marcus maintained consistent ethical standards in all aspects of his life, treating family members, personal servants, and private friends with the same respect and fairness that he demanded from public officials in their treatment of citizens and subordinates. He avoided the luxury and self-indulgence that often corrupts people in positions of power, living relatively simply despite having access to unlimited wealth and comfort, understanding that personal excess creates psychological and moral distance from the people you are supposed to serve. The emperor also refused to use his position for personal revenge against critics or political opponents, recognizing that abuse of power for private purposes destroys the trust and respect that effective leadership requires for accomplishing beneficial goals. This personal integrity was not mere public relations strategy, but rather genuine commitment to virtue that Marcus believed was essential for maintaining the psychological clarity and moral authority necessary for making good decisions under pressure and inspiring others to contribute their best efforts to collective endeavors. Someone in leadership who maintains consistent ethical standards regardless of circumstances develops both inner strength that supports good judgment and outer credibility that enables them to influence others positively, even when advocating for difficult or unpopular policies that serve long-term public interest. The emperor found that leaders who compromise their personal integrity for temporary advantages inevitably lose the respect of both themselves and others, making them less effective at accomplishing important goals and more vulnerable to the kind of character deterioration that makes power increasingly about personal gratification rather than public service. This integration of personal virtue with public responsibility created psychological foundation that allowed Marcus to maintain motivation for service and commitment to excellence throughout a reign filled with enormous challenges that could easily have overwhelmed someone lacking strong moral character and philosophical preparation for handling power wisely. Marcus developed sophisticated understanding of how to balance competing interests and values when making decisions that inevitably affect different groups of people in different ways, requiring judgment about how to serve overall public welfare when specific policies create both benefits and costs that are distributed unequally across various constituencies. The emperor recognized that perfect solutions rarely exist for complex social and political problems, making leadership primarily about choosing among imperfect alternatives based on careful analysis of likely consequences, rather than waiting for ideal options that satisfy everyone completely. His approach involved systematically considering the interests of all affected parties while giving appropriate priority to protecting vulnerable people who might suffer disproportionately from certain policies, even when such protection required some sacrifice from more privileged groups who had greater capacity to absorb costs. Marcus also considered long-term consequences that might not be immediately apparent, recognizing that policies producing short-term benefits could create larger problems for future generations, while policies requiring immediate sacrifice might provide lasting advantages that justify temporary hardship. This balancing process required both analytical skill for understanding complex cause and effect relationships and moral wisdom for making value judgments about competing claims and priorities that cannot be resolved through purely logical analysis. The emperor found that just leadership often requires making decisions that disappoint some constituencies in order to serve broader and longer-term interests that may not be immediately appreciated by people focused primarily on their immediate concerns and preferences. Someone in authority who consistently applies principled analysis to competing interests while maintaining commitment to overall public welfare develops judgment that serves genuine justice better than either rigid adherence to abstract rules that ignore contextual factors or expedient compromises that avoid difficult decisions by trying to please everyone regardless of whether such compromises actually solve underlying problems. Marcus discovered that this balanced approach to justice creates respect even from people who disagree with specific decisions, since they can recognize that their interests were considered seriously even when other factors ultimately determined the chosen course of action. The emperor ultimately understood that just leadership requires cultivating wisdom and virtue not only in yourself, but also in the people and institutions you influence, creating sustainable systems that will continue to serve justice and human flourishing even after your own temporary period of authority has ended. Marcus worked to develop capable administrators who shared his commitment to public service and ethical standards, recognizing that individual leaders have limited time and capacity, while institutional systems can maintain beneficial policies and practices across multiple generations of changing leadership. He also sought to educate citizens about their responsibilities and opportunities for contributing to community welfare, understanding that democratic participation and civic engagement represent essential foundations for any just society that hopes to remain stable and prosperous over time. The emperor invested in educational and cultural institutions that would continue to develop human potential and promote cooperation long after his own reign concluded, viewing these investments as essential aspects of justice that serve future welfare as much as contemporary needs. This long-term perspective on leadership responsibility required making choices that might not produce immediate visible benefits, but would create conditions for continued human development and social progress, according to principles that transcend particular political arrangements or individual leaders. Someone who understands justice as ongoing process rather than fixed achievement naturally focuses on building capacity for continued improvement rather than simply solving current problems without regard for whether solutions create foundation for addressing future challenges that will inevitably arise as circumstances continue to evolve. Marcus found that this approach to leadership creates legacy of institutional strength and moral development that serves justice more effectively than even the most brilliant individual decisions, since sustainable justice depends on systems and cultures that reliably produce good outcomes, regardless of whether particular leaders happen to possess exceptional wisdom or virtue. The practice ultimately transforms leadership from exercise of personal power into stewardship of collective human potential, making every decision an opportunity to advance the long-term project of creating conditions where all people can develop their capacities and contribute their talents to the continuing improvement of human life and social cooperation. Part 16. Human Fellowship. Marcus Aurelius developed profound understanding of the fundamental interconnectedness that binds all human beings together in relationships of mutual dependence and shared destiny, regardless of apparent differences in nationality, social status, cultural background, or individual characteristics that seem to separate people into competing groups and conflicting interests. The emperor recognized that every aspect of human life, from basic survival needs to highest cultural achievements, depends entirely on cooperation between countless individuals whose combined efforts create the complex civilization that makes individual flourishing possible. Marcus understood that the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the language you speak, the knowledge you possess, and even the thoughts you think represent gifts from previous and contemporary generations of people who've contributed their labor, creativity, and wisdom to the accumulated inheritance that sustains all human existence. This recognition of universal interdependence created moral obligation to contribute something valuable to the human community in return for the countless benefits you receive from other people's efforts, making service to others not merely charitable choice, but essential requirement for living with integrity as social being designed for cooperation rather than isolation. The emperor's philosophy of human fellowship provided foundation for both personal ethics and political policy, guiding his decisions about how to treat individuals in daily interactions and how to govern an empire containing millions of people with diverse backgrounds and interests that required coordination for mutual benefit. Marcus discovered that someone who truly grasps the reality of human interconnectedness naturally develops compassion, generosity, and commitment to justice that serves both individual happiness and collective welfare more effectively than approaches based on competitive individualism or tribal loyalty that ignores broader human connections. The emperor understood that recognizing human fellowship requires looking beyond surface differences and temporary conflicts to perceive deeper commonalities that unite all people in shared experience of basic human conditions and aspirations. Marcus observed that regardless of cultural background, social position, or individual circumstances, all human beings face similar fundamental challenges. The need for meaning and purpose, the experience of physical and emotional pain, the desire for love and connection, the fear of death and loss, and the struggle to develop their capacities and contribute something valuable during their brief time alive. These universal experiences create natural basis for empathy and understanding that can bridge apparent divisions between people who might otherwise view each other as foreigners, enemies, or competitors for scarce resources. The emperor practiced looking for these common elements in every person he encountered, from fellow aristocrats to barbarian prisoners, discovering that shared humanity remained visible even in people whose behavior seemed incomprehensible or threatening when viewed only from narrow perspectives focused on immediate conflicts or differences. Marcus found that this practice of seeking universal human elements dramatically improved his ability to understand other people's motivations and to respond to difficult behavior with patience and appropriate guidance, rather than with anger or rejection that would escalate conflicts unnecessarily. Someone who consistently looks for common humanity in all interactions develops natural compassion that makes relationships more satisfying, while also making them more effective for accomplishing shared goals and resolving inevitable disagreements through understanding rather than force. The practice also provides psychological protection against the kind of dehumanizing thinking that allows people to justify cruel or exploitative treatment of others by viewing them as fundamentally different or inferior, rather than as fellow human beings deserving appropriate respect and consideration. Marcus discovered that maintaining awareness of human fellowship creates emotional foundation for both personal peace and social harmony, since recognizing your deep connections with other people makes their welfare feel important to your own well-being, rather than irrelevant or competitive with your individual interests. Marcus applied his understanding of human fellowship to his approach to leadership and governance, recognizing that effective authority must serve the welfare of all people under his care rather than advancing the interests of particular groups at the expense of others who deserve equal consideration and protection. The emperor understood that his position as ruler represented temporary stewardship of power that belonged ultimately to the Roman people as whole community rather than personal privilege that he could use primarily for his own advantage or the advantage of his friends and family. This perspective required him to make decisions based on what would benefit the largest number of people over the longest period of time, even when such decisions involved personal sacrifice or political risks that could have been avoided through choices that served narrower interests more directly. Marcus recognized that leaders who forget their fundamental connection with all members of their community inevitably become isolated from reality and corrupted by power, making decisions based on distorted information and self-serving priorities that ultimately harm both themselves and the people they are supposed to serve. The emperor maintained regular contact with people from all levels of Roman society, seeking to understand their actual needs and circumstances rather than relying exclusively on reports from administrators who might have their own biases or interests that could filter information in misleading ways. This commitment to remaining connected with the full range of human experience within his empire required considerable effort and often exposed him to uncomfortable realities that would have been easier to ignore. But Marcus recognized that genuine leadership depends on accurate understanding of how policies affect all affected people, rather than just those with enough power or access to make their voices heard easily. Someone in authority who maintains awareness of their fundamental connection with everyone they serve naturally develops policies and practices that consider broader impacts rather than focusing only on immediate political advantages or the preferences of most influential constituencies. The emperor found that this approach to leadership created stronger and more stable governance, since policies based on genuine concern for universal welfare tend to generate broader support and longer-lasting benefits than approaches focused primarily on maintaining power or satisfying particular interest groups. The emperor extended his philosophy of human fellowship to his approach to conflict resolution and dealing with enemies, recognizing that even people who oppose you or behave destructively remain fellow human beings who deserve appropriate treatment rather than dehumanized opponents who can be legitimately destroyed without moral consideration. Marcus understood that most conflicts arise from misunderstanding, competing interests that could potentially be reconciled, or limitations in knowledge and perspective rather than from fundamental evil or irredeemable character flaws that justify permanent hostility. When dealing with barbarian tribes that threatened Roman territories, he sought to understand their motivations and needs, rather than simply viewing them as savage enemies who deserved only military defeat, often discovering that their aggressive behavior resulted from population pressures or resource scarcities that could be addressed through negotiation and mutual accommodation. The emperor also applied this approach to political opponents within the Roman system, treating critics and rivals with respect even when their opposition created significant challenges for implementing policies he believed would serve public welfare. This commitment to maintaining recognition of shared humanity, even during conflicts, required considerable self-discipline and philosophical strength, since anger and fear naturally arise when people threaten your security or oppose your goals. But Marcus found that responses based on fellowship principles typically produced better long-term results than approaches based purely on defeating opponents without regard for their legitimate interests or human dignity. Someone who maintains awareness of human connection during conflicts naturally looks for solutions that address underlying needs rather than simply overpowering resistance, creating possibilities for genuine resolution that serves everyone's long-term interests rather than temporary victories that leave fundamental problems unresolved and likely to resurface in different forms. The practice does not require becoming passive or failing to protect yourself and others from harmful behavior, but it means that protective actions remain guided by recognition of shared humanity rather than by hatred or desire for revenge that could escalate conflicts unnecessarily and create additional problems for everyone involved. Marcus discovered that this approach often transformed enemies into allies, by demonstrating genuine concern for their welfare, even while maintaining necessary boundaries and consequences for destructive actions. Marcus also recognized that human fellowship creates both privileges and responsibilities that extend across geographical and temporal boundaries to include not only contemporary people but also past generations who created current conditions and future generations who will inherit the consequences of present choices. The emperor understood that the civilization he governed represented accumulated contributions from countless previous generations of Romans and other peoples whose ideas, institutions, technologies and cultural achievements provided foundation for contemporary prosperity and possibilities. This recognition created moral obligation to honor their legacy by maintaining and improving what they had built, while avoiding decisions that would squander or destroy their contributions through short-sighted policies focused only on immediate advantages. Marcus also considered how current policies would affect future generations of Romans who would have to live with whatever conditions his administration created through its decisions about military strategy, economic policy, legal reforms and institutional development. This temporal expansion of fellowship consciousness required making choices that might involve present sacrifice for future benefit, just as previous generations had made sacrifices that enabled current prosperity and opportunities. The emperor found that maintaining awareness of connections with both past and future generations provided broader perspective on contemporary challenges, while creating motivation for decisions based on long-term human welfare, rather than merely solving immediate problems or satisfying current preferences. Someone who recognizes their participation in ongoing human project that extends far beyond individual lifetime naturally develops sense of responsibility for contributing positively to continuing development, rather than simply taking advantage of current circumstances without regard for how their choices will affect the overall trajectory of human civilization. This intergenerational perspective also provided comfort during difficult periods, since Marcus could view temporary setbacks within context of longer historical processes that had overcome similar challenges through the combined efforts of many people working towards shared goals across extended periods of time. The emperor ultimately discovered that practicing human fellowship creates psychological and spiritual benefits for the person who maintains such awareness, since recognizing your fundamental connection with all other human beings provides profound sense of belonging and meaning that cannot be achieved through purely individual pursuits or narrow group loyalties. Marcus found that someone who truly understands their place within the larger human community naturally develops what might be called cosmic citizenship, feeling at home in the world and connected to meaningful purposes that transcend personal concerns and temporary circumstances. This expanded identity provides psychological resilience during personal difficulties, since individual problems become part of shared human experience rather than evidence of unique misfortune or cosmic injustice that singles you out for special suffering. The practice also creates natural motivation for service and contribution, since improving conditions for other people becomes a way of serving your own deepest nature as social being designed for cooperation and mutual aid. Marcus discovered that the happiness and satisfaction that come from contributing to human welfare prove more reliable and lasting than pleasures based purely on personal advantage or individual achievement, since fellowship-based fulfillment depends on capacities and connections that deepen with age and experience, rather than diminishing due to changing external circumstances. Someone who lives with consistent awareness of human fellowship develops what the emperor called magnanimity, generous spirit that naturally seeks opportunities to help others flourish while finding joy in their success rather than feeling threatened or competitive about other people's achievements and happiness. The practice ultimately transforms your entire relationship with other people from potential threats or resources for personal use into partners in shared project of creating conditions where all human beings can develop their capacities and contribute their unique gifts to continuing improvement of life on Earth. Marcus found that this expanded awareness provides foundation for both personal peace and social harmony, creating a virtuous cycle where individual flourishing contributes to collective welfare, while collective welfare creates conditions that support individual development and satisfaction for everyone who participates consciously in the ongoing human experiment of learning to live together wisely and compassionately. Part 17. The Unity of All Things. Marcus Aurelius developed a profound cosmological vision that recognized all phenomena in the universe as interconnected expressions of a single underlying reality that manifests itself through countless temporary forms while maintaining essential unity throughout all apparent diversity and change. The emperor understood that the separation between individual consciousness and external world, between human beings and natural environment, and between personal concerns and cosmic processes, represents limited perspective rather than fundamental truth about the nature of existence. Marcus discovered that someone who truly grasps this universal interconnectedness naturally develops what might be called ecological consciousness, recognizing that individual welfare depends entirely on the health of larger systems within which personal life unfolds, from immediate social communities to biological ecosystems to the physical universe itself. This recognition transforms your relationship with everything around you from collection of separate objects and independent agents to integrated network of mutually supporting processes that require cooperation and balance for optimal functioning of the whole system. The emperor applied this understanding to every aspect of his life and leadership, making decisions based on how they would affect the broader patterns of relationship rather than focusing exclusively on immediate personal or political advantages that might disrupt larger harmonies essential for long-term sustainability and flourishing. Marcus found that living with awareness of universal unity provides both profound peace that comes from feeling connected to something infinitely larger than personal concerns and practical wisdom for navigating complex situations where apparent conflicts can often be resolved through recognizing deeper commonalities and shared interests that transcend surface disagreements. The emperor began developing this cosmic perspective by observing how natural systems demonstrate unity through diversity, with countless individual organisms contributing to ecological balance that sustains all life through relationships of mutual dependence and reciprocal benefit. Marcus contemplated how forests contain thousands of different species that appear separate but actually function as integrated community, where each type of plant, animal and microorganism plays essential role in maintaining conditions necessary for everyone's survival and thriving. He observed how rivers demonstrate unity of water that takes countless temporary forms as it flows from mountain springs through various landscapes toward ultimate reunion with the ocean, maintaining essential identity while appearing as separate streams, ponds and tributaries that seem independent but actually represent phases in continuous cycle. The emperor also studied astronomical phenomena that revealed how planets, stars and galaxies participate in cosmic dance governed by universal physical laws that coordinate individual movements according to mathematical principles operating on scales far beyond human perception or control. These natural examples provided concrete demonstrations of how apparent separateness and diversity actually express underlying unity that becomes visible when viewed from sufficiently broad perspective that can perceive patterns too large or subtle to be recognized from limited viewpoints focused on individual components rather than systemic relationships. Marcus found that regular contemplation of natural unity gradually shifted his default perception from seeing isolated objects and independent events, to recognizing interconnected processes and reciprocal influences that connect everything with everything else through networks of relationship, extending infinitely in all directions through space and time. This shift in perception naturally generated both humility about the significance of individual concerns and confidence about the meaningfulness of personal contribution to larger processes that would continue regardless of particular outcomes affecting temporary personal circumstances. Someone who learns to perceive unity within apparent diversity develops psychological foundation for both inner peace and effective action, since they can participate wholeheartedly in immediate concerns while maintaining perspective that prevents temporary setbacks from creating despair or temporary successes from creating arrogance about personal importance. Marcus extended this cosmic perspective to human society, recognizing that individual people represent temporary expressions of universal consciousness that manifest through countless unique personalities while maintaining essential shared nature that connects everyone at levels deeper than surface differences in culture, belief, or personal history. The emperor understood that just as individual cells contribute to bodily health through specialized functions that serve overall organism rather than just cellular interests, individual human beings naturally flourish through contributions that serve collective welfare rather than purely personal advancement that ignores or exploits social connections. This recognition provided philosophical foundation for his commitment to justice and service, since harming other people ultimately harms yourself due to fundamental interconnectedness that makes individual and collective welfare inseparable aspects of single process. Marcus found that viewing social conflicts from perspective of underlying unity often revealed solutions that served everyone's deeper interests, even when surface positions seemed completely incompatible. Since apparent oppositions frequently reflected partial perspectives on shared concerns, rather than genuine conflicts requiring victory of one side over another. The emperor applied this approach to disputes between different provinces within the Roman Empire, between aristocrats and common citizens, and between Romans and foreign peoples, consistently looking for common ground and mutual benefits that could serve everyone's legitimate needs through creative policies that transcended conventional either-or thinking. Someone who approaches human relationships with awareness of essential unity naturally develops skills for building bridges rather than walls, for finding synthesis rather than choosing sides, and for creating cooperation rather than accepting competition as inevitable feature of social life. This perspective does not eliminate the need for boundaries, consequences, or difficult decisions when people behave destructively, but it ensures that such measures remain guided by concern for overall welfare rather than by personal preference or group loyalty that ignores broader impacts on human community as integrated whole. Marcus discovered that leaders who consistently apply unity principles create more stable and prosperous societies, since policies based on recognition of interconnectedness tend to generate broader support and longer-lasting benefits than approaches that advance particular interests at expense of other groups who remain part of same larger system. The emperor also applied his understanding of cosmic unity to his relationship with time and change, recognizing that past, present, and future represent different aspects of eternal process, rather than separate periods that replace each other through linear progression toward unknown destination. Marcus understood that every moment contains traces of everything that has ever happened, while also containing seeds of everything that will ever develop, making present experience both culmination of infinite past and origin of infinite future rather than isolated point disconnected from larger temporal patterns. This recognition eliminated much of the anxiety that comes from viewing time as enemy that steals experiences and opportunities, replacing it with appreciation for participating consciously in eternal unfolding that continues regardless of individual presence or absence. The emperor found that someone who grasps temporal unity can engage fully with immediate responsibilities while maintaining peace about mortality, since individual death represents natural transition within ongoing process rather than absolute ending that negates meaning of temporary personal participation. Marcus also applied this temporal perspective to historical events and social changes, viewing political developments, cultural transformations, and technological innovations as expressions of larger evolutionary processes rather than random occurrences or products of individual human choices that could have been completely different. This understanding provided both patience during periods of slow progress and hope during periods of apparent decline, since temporary conditions reflect phases in longer developmental cycles that eventually produce beneficial changes even when immediate outcomes seem discouraging or harmful. Someone who recognizes unity of temporal process naturally develops what might be called historical wisdom, ability to place current events within broader context that reveals their significance and direction without becoming attached to particular outcomes or timelines that may not align with larger rhythms governing collective human development. The emperor found that this expanded temporal awareness improved his decision-making by encouraging choices that served long-term patterns rather than immediate preferences, creating policies more likely to contribute constructively to ongoing historical development rather than simply solving current problems without regard for how solutions would affect future possibilities. Marcus explored the implications of cosmic unity for understanding consciousness itself, recognizing that individual awareness represents local manifestation of universal intelligence rather than separate phenomenon that somehow emerged from unconscious matter through accidental evolutionary processes. The emperor understood that your capacity for rational thought, moral judgment, aesthetic appreciation, and spiritual insight reflects your participation in cosmic mind that expresses itself through countless individual centers of consciousness while maintaining essential unity of perspective and purpose. This recognition provided both profound comfort about the significance of personal experience and inspiring motivation for developing individual capacities in service of universal purposes that transcend purely personal concerns. Marcus found that someone who recognizes their consciousness as expression of cosmic intelligence naturally develops both humility about individual importance and confidence about individual potential, since personal awareness participates in infinite wisdom, while remaining limited by particular circumstances and biological constraints. The emperor practiced what might be called contemplative identification with universal mind, regularly expanding his awareness beyond personal concerns to include broader perspectives that encompass welfare of all conscious beings and alignment with rational principles governing cosmic development. This practice provided access to what Marcus called the view from everywhere, ability to consider situations from multiple standpoints simultaneously rather than being trapped within a single perspective determined by personal interests or cultural conditioning. Someone who develops this expanded consciousness naturally makes better decisions because they can consider more factors and consequences than someone limited to narrow personal viewpoint, while also experiencing greater satisfaction because their choices serve purposes larger than individual gratification or advantage. The emperor found that regular practice of consciousness expansion gradually dissolved psychological barriers between self and world. creating sense of intimate connection with all existence that provided foundation for both inner peace and effective compassionate action in service of universal welfare. The Emperor ultimately discovered that living with consistent awareness of universal unity provides the most reliable foundation for both personal fulfillment and effective service to others, since recognizing fundamental interconnectedness naturally generates wisdom, compassion, and motivation that serve individual development and collective welfare simultaneously. Marcus found that someone who truly grasps cosmic unity develops what might be called integrated spirituality that combines practical effectiveness with transcendent perspective, allowing them to work wholeheartedly for improvement while maintaining equanimity about outcomes and acceptance of whatever changes may occur through natural processes beyond individual control. This integration eliminates false conflicts between spiritual development and worldly responsibility, between personal happiness and service to others, between acceptance of what is and commitment to positive change, since all apparent oppositions dissolve when viewed from perspective of underlying unity that encompasses and transcends all partial viewpoints. The Emperor applied this understanding to every aspect of imperial leadership, making decisions that honored both immediate practical necessities and eternal principles that govern harmonious relationship between individual welfare and cosmic order. Marcus discovered that policies based on recognition of universal unity tend to create conditions that support both personal flourishing and collective harmony, since such policies naturally align individual interests with broader patterns that sustain all life and consciousness throughout the universe. Someone who lives with consistent awareness of cosmic interconnectedness becomes what the Emperor called friend of the universe, naturally cooperating with evolutionary processes that advance wisdom, justice, beauty, and love through countless individual expressions, while maintaining essential unity that ensures ultimate harmony and meaning regardless of temporary difficulties or apparent conflicts that may occur during particular phases of ongoing universal development. This cosmic friendship provides both profound peace that comes from feeling at home in existence and dynamic energy for contributing creatively to continuing improvement of conditions that allow all forms of consciousness to develop their potential and express their unique gifts in service of infinite possibilities that remain forever accessible through conscious participation in eternal process of cosmic self-realization and creative expression. Marcus found that this perspective transforms every moment into opportunity for conscious collaboration with universal intelligence, making ordinary activities into forms of worship and service, while providing continuous access to resources of wisdom, strength, and joy that make both individual life and collective existence infinitely meaningful and worthwhile, regardless of whatever challenges or changes may arise throughout endless adventure of conscious participation in cosmic unity. Part 18. The Rational Faculty. Marcus Aurelius recognized human reason as the defining characteristic that distinguishes conscious beings from all other forms of life and establishes both the possibility and the moral obligation of living according to wisdom rather than merely following biological impulses or cultural conditioning. The Emperor understood that rational faculty represents humanity's participation in the cosmic intelligence that governs universal processes, making individual thinking and decision-making expressions of the same logical principles that coordinate planetary movements, biological development, and the evolution of consciousness throughout the universe. Marcus discovered that someone who fully develops their capacity for rational thought gains access to objective standards for evaluating beliefs, making choices, and organizing life according to principles that transcend personal preference, social opinion, and temporary circumstances that might otherwise determine behavior through unconscious influence. This development of reason provides genuine freedom from external determination of internal experience, since rational beings can examine their own thoughts and emotions objectively rather than being controlled by whatever mental states happen to arise through biological or environmental influences beyond conscious choice. The emperor viewed cultivation of rational faculty as both individual responsibility and collective necessity, since human societies can only achieve justice and prosperity when populated by citizens capable of thinking clearly about complex issues and making decisions based on accurate understanding rather than fear, prejudice, or immediate gratification that ignores long-term consequences. Marcus applied this understanding to every aspect of personal development and public leadership, consistently choosing responses based on rational analysis of what would serve genuine human welfare rather than on emotional reactions or political pressures that might produce temporarily satisfying but ultimately harmful results. The emperor began developing his understanding of rational faculty by learning to distinguish between different types of mental activity, recognizing that not all thinking represents genuine use of reason, but that much mental activity consists of automatic associations, emotional reactions, and unconscious repetition of acquired beliefs that may have no basis in accurate observation or logical analysis. Marcus practiced examining his own thought processes with the same objectivity he applied to external phenomena, observing how ideas arose in consciousness and evaluating whether they represented rational conclusions based on evidence or merely habitual patterns learned through repetition and social reinforcement. This self-observation revealed that much of what people commonly call thinking actually consists of mental noise that interferes with clear perception and sound judgment rather than supporting genuine understanding of reality as it actually exists. The emperor learned to distinguish between thoughts that served useful purposes like solving problems or understanding situations and thoughts that simply created psychological disturbance without contributing anything constructive to current challenges or opportunities. Marcus found that developing this capacity for mental discrimination dramatically improved his ability to make good decisions under pressure, since he could identify and set aside irrelevant mental activity while focusing attention on factors that actually mattered for choosing appropriate responses to whatever circumstances required his attention. Someone who learns to observe their own thinking objectively develops what might be called metacognitive awareness, the ability to think about thinking itself rather than being unconsciously controlled by whatever thoughts happen to dominate consciousness at any particular moment. This awareness creates psychological space between immediate thoughts and chosen responses, allowing for deliberate evaluation of different possibilities rather than automatic reaction based on whatever mental content seems most compelling or familiar when quick decisions are required. The emperor discovered that this mental space represents the location of genuine human freedom, since it provides opportunity for conscious choice based on rational evaluation rather than unconscious determination by forces beyond awareness or control. Marcus understood that developing rational faculty requires systematic training in logical thinking that can distinguish between valid and invalid reasoning, accurate and inaccurate observation, and reliable and unreliable sources of information about complex topics that exceed individual direct experience. The emperor studied formal logic, mathematics, and natural philosophy not merely for intellectual entertainment, but as practical disciplines that strengthened his capacity for clear thinking about personal and political challenges that required accurate analysis for effective response. He practiced identifying common logical fallacies that could distort judgment, like confusing correlation with causation, generalizing from limited examples, or allowing emotional preferences to influence evaluation of evidence in ways that support desired conclusions rather than accurate understanding of actual conditions. Marcus also developed skill in recognizing when problems required additional information before rational conclusions could be reached, distinguishing between situations where immediate decisions were necessary despite incomplete knowledge and situations where better outcomes could be achieved by gathering more data before choosing courses of action. The emperor found that this logical training provided practical tools for navigating complex situations where multiple factors interacted in ways that could not be understood through intuition or common sense alone, requiring systematic analysis to identify cause and effect relationships that might not be immediately obvious. Someone who develops strong logical skills naturally makes better decisions because they can evaluate options more accurately while avoiding reasoning errors that lead to choices based on false assumptions or incomplete analysis of relevant factors. This intellectual development also provides protection against manipulation by people who might use emotional appeals or false logic to influence decisions in ways that serve their interests, rather than genuine welfare of decision-makers or broader communities affected by particular choices. Marcus discovered that leaders with well-developed rational faculties create more effective policies because they base decisions on careful analysis of actual conditions rather than on wishful thinking or ideological commitments that ignore inconvenient facts about how proposed solutions might work in practice. The emperor also understood that rational faculty must be applied to emotional and moral questions as well as to purely intellectual problems, since reason provides essential guidance for evaluating feelings and desires that might otherwise lead to harmful choices motivated by temporary states, rather than by consistent principles based on accurate understanding of what actually promotes human flourishing. Marcus practiced using rational analysis to examine his own emotions when they arose, asking whether particular feelings provided useful information about current situations or whether they represented habitual reactions that might distort perception and motivate inappropriate responses. When he felt angry about someone's behavior, he would rationally evaluate whether anger served any constructive purpose, or whether it simply created internal disturbance that interfered with effective response to whatever problems actually needed attention. When he experienced fear about potential future developments, he would analyze whether such fear reflected realistic assessment of genuine risks or merely anxious speculation about possibilities that might never occur and could not be influenced through current worry. The emperor found that applying reason to emotional experience did not eliminate appropriate feelings, but prevented inappropriate feelings from controlling behavior in ways that created additional problems, while failing to address underlying issues that generated emotional reactions in the first place. Someone who learns to evaluate emotions rationally develops what might be called emotional wisdom, the ability to experience feelings fully while responding to situations based on careful analysis rather than immediate impulse that might feel compelling but prove counterproductive for achieving important goals or maintaining valuable relationships. This integration of reason and emotion creates psychological maturity that allows for both appropriate sensitivity to human concerns and reliable judgment about how to address those concerns through effective action rather than mere reaction to whatever seems most urgent or emotionally significant at any particular moment. Marcus discovered that this rational approach to emotional life actually enhanced his capacity for appropriate compassion and love, since decisions based on clear thinking about what would truly benefit others proved more helpful than choices motivated primarily by emotional impulses that might feel caring, but produce results that failed to serve genuine welfare of people he wanted to help. Marcus extended his understanding of rational faculty to moral reasoning, recognizing that ethical decisions require the same careful analysis and logical evaluation that characterizes good thinking in any other domain, rather than relying exclusively on feelings, traditions, or authorities that might provide guidance, but could also perpetuate harmful practices if not subjected to rational examination. The emperor developed systematic approaches to moral questions that considered consequences for all affected parties, consistency with fundamental principles about human nature and social cooperation, and alignment with larger purposes that serve long-term human development rather than merely solving immediate problems without regard for broader implications. When facing decisions about policies that would affect millions of people, Marcus would rationally analyze probable outcomes under different scenarios while considering how various alternatives aligned with philosophical understanding of what conditions actually promote individual flourishing and collective harmony. He also applied rational analysis to traditional practices and laws, evaluating whether they continued to serve beneficial purposes under current conditions or whether they represented outdated responses to historical situations that no longer existed and might now require modification or replacement with approaches better suited to contemporary circumstances. The emperor found that this rational approach to ethics provided more reliable guidance than moral intuitions alone, since intuitive responses often reflected personal conditioning or cultural biases that might not serve genuine human welfare in situations requiring decisions that transcended familiar contexts or individual preferences. Someone who develops skill in moral reasoning can maintain ethical standards that remain consistent across different situations, while also adapting those standards appropriately to address novel circumstances that require creative applications of fundamental principles, rather than rigid adherence to specific rules that might not fit new conditions. This flexibility, combined with consistency, creates moral maturity that can handle complex ethical dilemmas where competing values must be balanced and where perfect solutions may not exist, requiring judgments about how to minimize harm while maximizing benefit for everyone affected by particular decisions. Marcus discovered that rational ethics actually enhanced rather than diminished his motivation for virtuous action, since understanding the logical foundations of moral principles provided stronger commitment than compliance based purely on emotional preference or social expectation that might weaken under pressure or when personal sacrifice was required for maintaining ethical standards. The emperor ultimately recognized that fully developed rational faculty provides the foundation for what he called the philosophical life, a way of existence organized around conscious pursuit of wisdom, virtue, and truth, rather than unconscious pursuit of pleasure, power, or social approval that often conflicts with genuine human welfare and personal integrity. Marcus understood that someone who consistently applies rational analysis to all aspects of life gradually develops character and judgment that remain reliable regardless of changing circumstances, external pressures, or internal states that might temporarily disturb emotional equilibrium or create temptations to abandon principles for immediate advantage. This philosophical approach to living requires continuous effort and attention, since rational faculties must be exercised regularly to maintain their strength and effectiveness, but it provides rewards that increase rather than diminish with time and experience. The emperor found that people who develop their capacity for reason discover sources of satisfaction and meaning that remain accessible regardless of external conditions. Since rational understanding and virtuous action depend primarily on internal development, rather than favorable circumstances that may change unpredictably due to factors beyond individual control. Marcus applied this understanding to his own character development and to his efforts to create social conditions that would encourage rational development in other people, recognizing that communities flourish when populated by citizens capable of thinking clearly and choosing wisely about matters affecting collective welfare. Someone who commits to developing rational faculty ultimately discovers what the emperor called freedom through understanding, liberation, that comes from basing life on accurate perception and sound reasoning rather than on unconscious reactions to forces that remain invisible and therefore uncontrollable when not subjected to conscious examination and evaluation. This rational freedom provides both practical effectiveness in dealing with life's challenges and profound satisfaction that comes from living according to human nature's highest possibilities, rather than remaining trapped in patterns of thought and behavior that serve neither individual development nor collective benefit. Marcus found that the philosophical life based on developed rational faculty creates optimal conditions for both personal happiness and social contribution, since rational beings naturally choose actions that serve genuine welfare while experiencing the deep satisfaction that comes from conscious participation in the universal reason that governs cosmic development and makes individual existence meaningful within infinite larger purposes.